this upcoming case. I'll give you some updates on what's going on with Young Boy's situation. He's gonna have to be going through it. It's gonna get a little sticky for him, but he has an out, which is like a poker term. I'll tell you guys later on. But the YNW Melly trial right now is happening. I do know that number one, trials are boring. You guys come here for entertainment and for information. So I like to call it a little bit of, educational entertainment. So there is going to be some parts that drag, but I try not to make that the entire stream. So I'll give you the gist of what we're going to get into today. If you've seen by the title, and I think some people might have been tricked by the title because, some people don't read or probably just, not their fault, don't understand the legal process. The state, which is the state of Florida, is going to present the last of their case. Usually what happens in a trial, you get one side to present all their evidence, bring all their witnesses, show everything they got, usually the prosecutor, right? Like, actually always the prosecutor. They show that first, and then the defense gets a chance to go to try to rebut a few things, try to neutralize a few things, and if they have any evidence that could help their client to show that they didn't do it, they'll bring that forth as well. So, and I'll bring a wind up a Melly on here now. Okay. So, what has happened in this case thus far? There's been a bunch of big W's and big L's on both sides. For example, the prosecutor called an L. They wanted to bring the jury on a field trip to go see the car that the two men, Sack Chaser and Juvie, were killed in. Keep in mind, the car looks gruesome. Like, you could imagine getting brought back to the crime scene that over 15 shots were fired. You could tell that might affect people. The judge said no, they don't need to see it. They seen pictures, that's good enough. Okay? What was some good things on the side of the prosecutor? I think they did a really decent to good job of showing that, hey, listen, these guys who died, they pretty much died before the stage drive-by happened, and the bullets came from within the car, not outside the car. Found a bullet shell in the car, or a spent shell within the car, which that's the capsule that pretty much holds the bullet in it, and it usually gets ejected out the gun. How if y'all getting a drive-by where y'all just driving, like how the fuck is a spent shell jumping in the car? So it kind of makes it seem like it's coming from the car. Also, the angles and how the wounds was happening. One guy got shot through the back of the head. It goes to the front of his head, goes through the windshield. That angle trajectory also shows that's coming from one particular place, which is the back seat. The judge or the prosecutor also showed video evidence of YNW Melly getting into the passenger, or getting into the only place where all the bullets could have been fired from, at least the ones that cause fatal damage. Now, they also distinguish between all the gunshots. Okay, these gunshots over here, that's what killed them. These other gunshots were just to try to fuck up the crime scene. So apparently they drive to some random place and they just shot up the car. And yeah, they shot the guys again, even after they were dead. And those were post-mortem wounds. Now, I'll give you my analysis. We're going to get into some of what the state is wrapping up with today. My analysis is that whenever Melly's team goes on the offensive, which is about to be now, they need to try to prove, right? They need to try to prove or somehow convince a jury, number one, Melly got out the car before any shooting happened. Number two, that there was a possible alternative way that these guys could have gotten killed or injured based on all the ballistics and everything that exists, but it's still not Melly that did it. I think that's a hard task. I'll be very fair and I'll give the defense some credit. This is where they're winning at. We don't know motive. We have no gun. Nobody's saying that he did anything. Even what you're going to hear, because I'm going to go back in the trial because it's happening live right now. They're saying that Melly said a confession when he said, I did that. I did that could mean anything. There's no one telling on Melly. So with the culture of rap being so obsessed with snitches, there is no snitch when it comes to YNW Melly. It's only Melly. He's fighting against physics. He's fighting against math. He's fighting against GPS, satellite positioning. These are what he's fighting against, hard numbers and things that is just technology based, right? Okay, so that's the good thing for his side. Second good thing, what ties Melly to be the person in that seat that did the shooting is the fact that they believe that was his phone. His lawyers have done an excellent job in saying, yo, they all shared phones. Whether you want to believe it or not, that's what they're going with. Yo, basically it was a family plan with 4 or 5 phones. Basically, maybe the phones are just all hanging on the table. Any nigga grabs any phone. You don't know who got any phone, and you can't tell what phone any nigga got. Okay? Prosecutors try to say, no, they might be all in the same family plan, but that's his phone. You know how we know? The nigga got all type of selfies and videos, and he talking to himself on the shit. That's him. The defense says, nah, no. They all use it. You know what I mean? You can see Sack Chaser texting from Melly's phone at a point. So that's all gonna play into it. Let me see. Any major losses for the defense? No, I'll just continue like that. So okay, so that's the case so far, right? If you ask me if I'm a juror and I love Melly, but I'm gonna try to be impartial, it's coming down at least for me to say, damn, I can't even understand why he even to this day. I've sat through the trial, you have too. We have no clear reason why he killed them. He never communicated in text with Bortland or anybody who would be willing to testify saying he was planning a murder. We have no idea if he did it, why he did it. So if you're a juror, you're going to say, we just have to go off the facts. Does the facts say he did it or not? Because it doesn't seem likely he would do it. That's the big thing, all right? Okay, so we're going to hop in momentarily. Again, the state is wrapping up their case, and they are essentially about to hand it over to the defense, that the defense can do their thing. Let me see what y'all doing on each respective platform. What's going on YouTube, man? Salute to all my people on YouTube, always holding it down. I remember months ago when I was like, y'all remember when I was like testing streaming on YouTube? This is before the Rumble deal, before everything else. How stupid was I? Well, not stupid, but how much of a drone was I? I was like, oh no, I'm only streaming on Twitch. Now I'm over here. I'm streaming on 10 different platforms. We're still partially exclusive to Rumble, but Twitch is still in the mix, but come on. Anyway, let me see what's going on YouTube. All right. Great. By the way, also, I got to give y'all some church announcements. We have our first live show coming up. It's pretty much in the New York, New Jersey area. It's in Jersey City, very close to where my headquarters is at. I would love for you guys to attend. It's a variety show. It's going to be a show filled with comedy, filled with podcasting, filled with debating topics, humor, laughter, performances, dancing, everything you could expect. Okay? This is something that, I want to do for our progression going into the future. And again, if you are anywhere in the tri-state area, or if you could get here, I would love the opportunity to not only see you, but also there's meet and greet packages, and there's even a portion of it where you could possibly come see where we film off the record, where I did all the infamous interviews, whether it was 6ix9ine there and the 90 Goons, 21 Savage, shit, even PNB Rock's last interview. So you guys could definitely check that out. I hope you guys do. Yeah, cool. JC said, I was the first I tried to get you to try to do comedy, man. He said, you're just naturally funny. No, I appreciate you, man. Hey, comedy and being naturally funny, it's like, it's hard because, put it like this, The thing with a comedian, you gotta be funny on demand. Like, I watch my streams and I'm like, shit, sometimes I'm funny. But here's the thing: when you get on stage, you like I'm on a stream for like 4 or 5 hours, maybe 6, sometimes 8, 9. If I have a funny hour and a half within 8 hours, you're like, oh, that shit was lit. When you're on stage, say for 30 minutes. The moment you grab that mic to the moment you give it up, you got to be funny right then. That's very hard. That's a lot of pressure. And I definitely don't take it for granted. You know what I mean? I think I'm humorous. I think I'm a little witty. But I do think comedy is very, very, very hard. Okay? Waxboy says, Henny Demon act is funny. I've been debating. Should I drink or should I drink a lot for the night of the show? But, I'm going to chill out. All right. A says, yo, he sent the text on the same day of the shoot in response to Are You Okay? He's getting air fried, bro. People saying it could mean anything are delusional. Ooh. Ace, that's a good point. That alone, he said, yo, you're not get on the stage and make us laugh type of funny. You funny, though. Okay. I respect you for that, too. Friday Live was the greatest of them all. Hey, listen, I've been streaming for so long. It's been 10 years since I've been live streaming. 10 fucking years. That's why I take offense when people act like I'm doing some no, nigga, I continue to push the envelope forward, but I'm not new to doing this. It's been 10 years since I've been live streaming. And when I hear y'all tell me some shit like that, like, yo, Friday's stream was like one of the greatest of all time, it makes me happy because I like to make new moments, right? Like, I remember a lot of our legendary streams in 2014, 2015, 2016, sometimes even in 2017. I don't want to be the nigga who you're like, yo, yeah, back in the day, this nigga used to be the guy. You know what I mean? I want to keep making moments. All right, cool. So yeah, that's YouTube chat, Twitch chat. I'm going to check on y'all in a second. Let me go check on Rumble, That's the gang over here. By the way, yo, I got to play y'all an interview. This shit is wild. Yo, you know how we were me and Boom were commentating on this dude, Jason Love, who fucking piped the shit out of Lena? Bro, he did an actual interview, and I kid you not, the interview was way more disrespectful than anything I could ever say. We about to play that too. Yo, Quada Artist, he said, I've been watching you for 8 years. Yo, I appreciate you. Hey, let me tell you this. One of the things that, I don't necessarily say I get choked up about, but when I meet people, I meet people that's an artist. I hope this doesn't fuck up. I don't want people to take this the wrong way because I want to sun people when they kind of get on. You get what I mean? I met Friday at the Roots Picnic. Friday's the guy who wrote God Did. God Did. Yeah, right. Is it God Did? Right? God Did, right? The song where Jay-Z rapped for 30 minutes. Friday, God Did. Yeah, God Did. Okay, so I met him at the Roots Picnic. By the way, I told him, I promised him we'll do the podcast. And he gave me credit. He was like, yo, bro, I was watching you way before I got famous. I was watching you trying to figure out how to get in the game. I was watching you trying to learn from some of the jewels you'll give out that I could use to get on. And to me, that was the ultimate compliment. Because as much as I'm here to make y'all laugh, I'm hoping that maybe through influence, maybe through inspiration, maybe through the knowledge or, how I break shit down, I could help to make a lot more successful people. So thank you for the people who do watch me a lot. All right, cool. All right, bet. Yo, we're not going to get all emotional before we get into shit. Yo, I low-key want to play this. Yo, I know y'all want to get to this YNW Melly shit. Oh, my God. We're going to get to it. Let me play this motherfucking Jason Love interview. This shit's crazy. Jason Love, Fanbox. I got to play this interview. Oh, it's 53 minutes. Ugh. I might have to skip through it. Yo, I just want to play this interview a little bit, and then we're going to get to the YNW Melly shit. And then, by the way, y'all can spam any topics that I haven't got to. We're going to pretty much wrap up the state's case today in the YNW Melly thing, all right? Y'all got to watch this, though, bro. This is crazy. And by the way, I've talked to Adam recently. Adam told me, he's taking it, at least on face value, pretty decent. He's like, yo, he's not offended by the cuck thing too much anymore. not saying he's embracing it, but he's just not offended by it. Also, he's confirmed to me that all the numbers and millions that he thought he was gonna make, I don't even know what that means. He says he's 10x it easily, which I don't know what the fuck that means, but he's getting that bread. Also, I did confirm with him too, because what happens is that whole tape came out via his wife's Instagram, and for some weird reason, not Instagram, her OnlyFans. Her OnlyFans is different from their collaborative thing called Plug Talk. So I looked at him, I said, please tell me you're getting money from this, because with all due respect to her, we don't give a fuck who she fucks. You married her, and everybody's looking at you as, oh, this is a guy in pop culture or somewhat relevant to hip hop that is okay with his wife being fucked. You are the star, even though you're not on the film. She's just another chick. She's just another bimbo. Like, no disrespect to her. She's just a bitch getting fucked. Like, we watch bitches getting fucked all the time. If you're not in that storyline, this shit doesn't sell. And he confirmed to me she's breaking off some bread, so good for him. Anyway, this was like a hilarious. This porn star guy who fucked her, he's fucking hilarious. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But collectively, it would be like 8.
I'm gonna try to skip to the good parts.
I would say probably like the aerial cowgirl.
She got freaky with it. She started eating it. You know.
Wait, here we
Look at that.
Gonna wreck you shit in the beginning.
A certain chemistry when you guys met.
When we first met, she was mad nervous. She was like all shy and like shaking and stuff, and was just giggly and and she kept like, oh my god, I feel like I'm cheating on my husband. I'm like, you're not cheating on your husband. I'm like, he told you can do it. You have permission. Like, just calm down. Let's get to work.
She said this during the video?
Not during the video, when we was getting ready to do the video.
Oh, so she was nervous.
Oh my, nervous is an understatement. And then when she seen me come out of the bathroom naked, she was like, ain't no way. I was like, way deep.
Oh, way deep. Are women usually nervous like she was before they fuck you?
Before they meet me, somewhat, yes. But then once they meet me and they kind of see that I'm cool and I'm real chilled, then they kind of calm down. But you can still see a little nervousness after about 3 minutes in. Oh, it's a whole nother person.
Okay, so you like open them up.
Yeah, that's why they used to give me the like all the new girls. They would make me shoot with them first because they knew I would, coach them and I wouldn't like destroy them initially, until they kind of warm up and stuff. That's why they, throw all the new girls to me.
For sure. How do you feel about like fucking the new girls?
It's kind of fun. It's like almost like taking the adult film of virginity. It's like, and then you get to coach them and then watch them develop. It's pretty dope. It's like being a coach.
So when Lena was nervous, did you do anything particular to make her feel better, more comfortable for the video?
Yes, I verbalized that you shouldn't be nervous or whatever. I'm going to take my time. It's going to be nice and smooth. You got permission from your husband. You don't need to be nervous about that. Yes, I have a big penis, but calm down. I'm not going to wreck you shit in the beginning. And then, give a little hug. I'm like, just calm down. Let's get it together. Start making jokes. She start laughing. Once you make young ladies laugh, as you know, they calm themselves and their defense go down, and then it's time to have fun.
Exactly. Do you think that you were nervous at all to get any...
Yo, I ain't gonna lie to you. You know the craziest part of this interview? This nigga legs is wide open like he about to fuck the interviewer. Like, yo, this nigga's a demon. This nigga legs is wide open like this. Nigga, pause. How big is this nigga's dick that he can't like at least close his leg a little bit? What the fuck?
Critique from Adam after the video?
I don't get nervous.
Oh.
Like, literally, I don't. Nerves are for weak-minded people.
Wow. Okay. I can respect that perspective for sure. I get nervous. I was nervous today.
Really?
Of course.
Don't be nervous.
I'm not nervous.
Never be nervous. If you know you can do something good, don't be nervous. Just do your best, and that's all you can do.
There you go. So they say once you go black, you never go back. Do you agree with that statement?
I wouldn't say never go back, but you're always going to think about going back for sure. Because obviously you can go with a black guy who's like a trash fish, but good dick. Like, obviously you're not going to go back, but you're going to think about it a lot. So obviously thoughts will be lurking all the time. Guarantee. At least for 3 months for sure.
Oh, why 3 months?
After about 90 days, you can kind of like subdue those thoughts a little bit, and it won't come back and linger as much.
Okay. So after you fuck a woman, you're for sure going to be on her mind for 3 months?
Guaranteed. Like, without doubt. Because I'm going to put that work in.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that Lena will want a round two?
Yes. I think I seen something where she and her husband were talking, and it was like doing a threesome with me. So obviously that's the thought of another round.
That was going to be actually my next question. Would you ever fuck Lena with Adam at the same time?
Yeah. That's my job, to make money, right? And if I don't make money, I'm going to take a job that's going to pay me well.
Do you think that you fucked her better than Adam did?
Well, obviously, yes. But I'm pretty sure he probably felt different with Adam for her because love is involved emotions. But as for the physical aspect of getting fucked, obviously.
So let's say that you and Adam were to have a threesome with Lena.
Mm-hmm.
You still think that you would fuck her better with her husband trying to fuck her as well?
100%. It would be like I don't know, it would be like a bout. And obviously, I'm the stronger fighter, so I'm going to win.
So it's like a choose your fighter thing.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I would be looking forward to that video for sure.
Yeah, it would be pretty dope.
That's going to break the internet again. So I actually saw the video released yesterday. I saw it. First of all, wow. Second of all, whose idea was it to end in a cream pie?
Okay, so
What's up with these questions?
I guess her pussy hadn't been stretched out in a while. So then I was doing all the stretching. It's like my dick was starting to get numb. And I was like, yo, we have to keep going. It was going so long that it was nothing I could do. It was like the numbness I didn't notice. And I'm like, yo, it's about, and then hey, it happened.
So the cream pie was not planned.
Nope.
But then she got freaky with it. She started eating it, doing the nasty.
She got into the moment. You know how it is once you get into the moment. It's like, it's all no holds bar. Let's go.
From like Adam's perspective, how do you think he felt seeing her eat the cream pie and get cream pied by you?
I guess it was probably like, okay, brush your teeth. We can't kiss until tomorrow because it's in my brain right now.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen any of the memes on Twitter? Have you been like looking at any of the stuff?
Of course. Everybody was sending them to me, so I had to see them.
So some of them are really funny. I'm just going to show you a couple and get your reaction, if that's okay.
Let's go.
Here, let me turn the brightness up. And go here. Okay, so you can just scroll down. There's 4 of them. But
There's 4 of them, you said?
yes. So if you can just read them as well.
Wait, Adam 22 going back in after this. Bruh, that's exactly how it would be. Jeez. Okay, it was the next one. Okay, Adam 22 filming that scene like really with.
Hey, I gotta add some context because me and Adam been talking. I told Adam, and I'm gonna play it soon. Matter of fact, I might just do a cut scene to play it now. I seen Adam do a video. Adam 22 Ruga, and he cussed that nigga out. Let me see. I'm gonna play you what he said. Listen to this.
And I got Ruga throwing a little bitch fit. Sorry, I just brushed my teeth. Throwing a little bitch fit. Not that he's a bitch, but throwing a fit because I did an interview with him and I actually asked him about the shit that Dirk said about him in the Akademiks interview. And I asked him about the billionaire black beef. And now he's crying me a river, acting like it was so inappropriate. Bro, Dirk just did a 3-hour Akademiks interview and answered every single question about beef like a grown-up. He just actually answered the questions. Now you over here having your fucking period because I actually asked you about a couple of different interview clips that were viral that mentioned you. The rest of the interview was not about that. And I got Ruga throwing.
Hey, let me tell you this. And I said to Adam when we were texting, I said, Adam, I could tell everybody call you a cuck. Man, you on hots now. Like Adam right now, he waiting for a nigga to violate. Like, the way he talked to, Ruga, I don't even think I would have talked to Ruga like that. I would have just kept it cool, just, try to explain it. Adam don't give a fuck. Y'all been on his ass so much about his bitch getting fucked, he's ready to blow it. I'm telling you, he ready to go off on anybody. Taruga caught it, and trust me, he's seeing his mentions. He about to go off on somebody else. He might, I ain't gonna lie. Adam might haul off and slap a nigga or a bitch at no jumper. Any nigga who ever said nothing to him, he's on hots right now, bro. Look at him. He's not taking no more bullshit. See, he's saying he's cool with the y'all making jokes about his girl getting fucked. But in any other area of his life, I think he realized, and this is my angle to it. I'm getting the ultimate roasting over there. Bro, I'm not gonna bitch up when y'all trying to call me out on some other shit. I'm gonna just violate y'all. Like, what's the worst y'all could do? What's the worst you could do? Fuck it. So anyway, that's how Adam responded. And by the way, I told him, I said, I like that response. That's how he's responding to some hip hop shit now. He don't give a fuck. But this nigga Jason Love is breaking it all down, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
With the Jordan meme crying. Plausible. Oh, no. Adam 22 watching this happen. Yo, she's rolling her eyes. Like, that's possessed. You know how good dick is right at this moment right here? For the eyes to roll behind the head, you're putting it down. Kudos to my work ethic. Adam 22 after watching Lena's video. No, not jumping out the car. I've never seen this one.
You haven't seen that one yet?
There's some good ones.
So, when you see yourself as a meme online.
By the way, you know what question I would want to ask this guy? Despite you being in the porn industry, and despite obviously this is work for you, and by the way, Adam's in the porn industry too, that's work for him. Do you respect Adam as a man? That's the only thing I would want to ask this nigga. Do you respect him as a man? Because the way he talking like, yeah, I fucked that nigga bitch. He can't fuck his bitch better than me. Oh, well, I'm going to be on her mind for 3 months.
Like, how do you feel about that?
I was so used to it from the Riley Reid gangbang. Mm-hmm. They had so many memes from that one. It's like I'm skin hardened to it. Like, I'll just laugh at them. I'll laugh with the people, you know. I'm silly, so I don't care.
Yeah, some of them are actually pretty funny, and the internet goes really crazy.
Like the internet. I don't think that the world is trying to put the woman on a higher pedestal. I guess they're just trying to take away from the man's authority and put the woman on a higher pedestal. Yeah, that is it.
How do you feel about him saying that?
Well, everyone is entitled to their own opinion. Whether you like it or not is their opinion. You choose to do with that information as you please. I don't think that the world is trying to put the woman on a higher pedestal. I guess they're just trying to make it more of an equal basis. You know, if one can do it, the other one can. I guess me personally, like I said before, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. You know, that's just me. Mm-hmm. I guess.
You know how I fuck with this guy kind of too? Pause. Extra pause. He's a porn star. Obviously, he's going to be in support of anything that gets him more money. He probably gets the biggest paycheck by fucking Lena, right? Because I'm pretty sure they're not going to give him residuals, so he probably asks for some good money up front, which, shit, with all the attention he deserves. But with that, you could still see that he has morals for himself. You know what he says? Yeah, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it.
Just trying to put the woman on a higher pedestal. I guess they're just trying to make it more of an equal basis. You know, if one can do it, the other one can.
And by the way, he's talking about the liberal propaganda, which is basically saying that if a man could do certain things, if he could indulge in infidelity, indulge in, enjoying many different sexual partners, it's the same if a woman does the same thing. However, the reason why I say he's a real nigga is because he don't believe that shit.
I guess me personally, like I said before, I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. You know, that's just me. Mm-hmm. I guess my ego is a little bit too defensive to allow that to happen.
Right.
But
it's not ego, it's your morals. your ego is a manifestation of where your morals lie. Remember that your ego is a manifestation of where your morals lie.
But to each his own, you know. I guess you don't knock it till you try it, but I wouldn't try it.
That was actually going to be one of my questions. If you were in a relationship with somebody, would you be able to allow a porn star to fuck your woman?
No. My girl can have all the girls she want. No penis but mine. It's like one of the best in the world. Why you need another one? So with that being said, no.
No. Yeah. And there's no changing your mind about it.
No. No money, no nothing. I have way too much. I'm good.
Okay.
This only crystallizes it. This guy probably has 1/100th the money that Adam has. After this, by the way, I got a pocket watch thing. Y'all want me to tell you how much money I think Adam is now sitting on? I'm going to text him and ask him to. I ain't going to tell y'all if he confirms or not. I had me, him, and Vlad, and this is with the porn shit. I had me, him, and Vlad. I know where I was hovering around. I'm like, all right, this is where we all in this mix. I think Adam hit the 50 million mark, y'all. I ain't gonna hold y'all. He hit the 50 million mark. I'm not holding y'all. I'm keeping it being with y'all. I'm competitive about everything. Feel me? Somebody say he got paid 10K. Ain't no fucking way he got paid 10K. No fucking way he got that video where he was just like, yo, I usually charge 4 and I got 10. First of all, that's a very old video. Second of all, he knew how big this was going to be. Third of all, he knows how big these guys are. If he didn't get at least $50,000, he's an idiot. Like, I mean, completely fucking idiot. Unless he took, say, like 10 or 20K with a percentage. But from, like, I talked to Adam, like, they not breaking off percentages in perpetuity for these videos. Like, no, you're not about to fucking go to your mailbox and collect from you fucking this nigga's wife 2 years from now. You got your check already, it's done. So, listen. With this move, I'm proud to say, you know me, I love shitting on all these media niggas. I be telling them I'm the Drake of this shit. Cause I really be getting it. But I can tell you this, I will bow out. Adam got it. Adam got it. And when I mean Adam got it, this is 100%. I'm telling you, it's facts. Adam, this is off my pocket watching. This is really not me really knowing. Adam got more than me. Not combined. He got more than me, Joe, Charlemagne, any nigga in the media business. And by the way, this is what porn does. Porn is just much more lucrative. I'm sorry. There was a point I was competing with this nigga while he's fucking bitches. Now he's let his bitch get fucked. I'm like, I can't compete no more. I can't compete unless I start pimping hoes. And by the way, this is just my assumption. If Adam did not touch that $50 million mark, and let me tell you what 50 million means, right? 50 million as in gross for the last, let me see, now it's 2023. I'll go back 6 years. If he hasn't grossed $50 million, and by the way, I think this is going to be a $20 million year for him, 20 to 25, maybe even 30. If he hasn't grossed that, this nigga just needs to die. Like, yo, nigga, ain't no way you let your bitch get fucked and you ain't get $50 million. You know what I mean? And I'm just talking about cumulatively, right? So from No Jumper, all that type of shit. In the last 5 to 6 years, he should have got at least $50-60 million. Easy. And I'm lowballing it. Pause with the ball in. Pause. Somebody says, you want me to fuck his wife to get money? Nah, that's not just my thing, bro. It's just, now, granted, I always hear people try to say, yo, Ak is jealous. No, brother. Like, again, my nigga, I keep telling y'all, for the mother of my child to be doing certain shit, bro, I'm so careful about who I would pick to be a mother. Like, I can't even imagine some of these things. But that's just for my own mental health. That like shit, the mere fact that whether he's coping or not, he could deal with it. Salute to Adam, and actually I respect it to a certain extent. Whether you want to call it he's pimping her out, whether you want to say he's going to like divorce her, I respect it. But I will say this, and the next time I get on Joe Budden show, because I do my best pocket watching when I'm on his show. Do we still put Adam 22 in the motherfucking hip hop like money list? Because I now believe about 70% of his earnings and income is coming due to porn. You know what I mean? Like, we over here getting our money through hip hop. This nigga getting his money through porn. We can't compete with this nigga no more. The fuck? He's down to get his wife fucked. Who knows what the nigga might get his mom fucked next. Like, no disrespect. I'm just saying, like, we can't compete with my boy no more. My boy got it. I'm finally here. This is act. Where's the white flag? I'm bowing out. Adam is the richest media hip hop nigga because he will let anybody get fucked. And by the way, he's conquered the porn space as well. We can't compete no more. Tell you the truth. Nah, that's not no dick. You see how dense y'all are? Y'all be like, oh my God, you mentioned his mom. But, bro, again, I don't plan on getting married. Marriage is not my thing. But the mother of my child that say I married, nobody obviously ever tops mama, right? Because she pushed you out, pause. Well, not pause, but like, that's reality. But like, if you marry a woman and have kids with the woman and you're currently married to her, mama should be here and she should be kind of close. So I'm saying, when I say mama, is like, bro, like, if wifey taking dick.
Yeah, I feel like
if wifey taking dick, like, bro, if that's not off the realm of possibilities, what's the problem with mama? Somebody said, all right, man, whatever, man. Anyway, let's keep playing this.
Adam is really seeming like he's really cool with it. He doesn't really show like too much emotions when he's speaking about it. He's just very set in his opinion. Do you think that is how he truly feels, or do you think that that's just kind of a front for his platform?
Good question.
I believe it's like 50-50. I'm a part of him, obviously, is like, damn, you know? But then another part of him, but in actuality, he may just like it. He may find it hot, you know? Mm-hmm. You never know. He might watch it and be like, oh, look where the lotion at, you know? You never know. I don't know him enough to be able to say.
I rock with this dude, bro. I think he's 100% right. I think some of the coping shit, like, bro, Adam's a man who I know is competitive because I've seen Adam trying to compete in the media space for years. I see Adam do, I won't call it weird shit, but do shit to try to be competitive as a platform. Where does competition come from? It comes from your pride, your ego, your ability to try to make something of yourself. That's where competition or that competitive edge comes from. I've seen that from Adam. Now, those are traits that I feel manifest throughout your whole life. You don't want to believe you're second best, especially even in your household. You don't want to. You wouldn't want to be having your woman think that you're the second best dick she could get. No. So again, maybe I'm just kind of putting certain type of ideals I think I've seen with him, because he's very. I don't know if Adam might be a psychopath. Either I usually chalk it up because he's white, but sorry to my white people. I know y'all are very sensitive and also very emotionally in tune with your feelings. Y'all are not like this guy. He just seems like a robot. I believe with him in particular, he doesn't really give a fuck about most of these things, so it's kind of hard to kind of get a read on him. But I like what this guy says, 50-50. I think he does care, right? Because I've seen him want to be competitive. Like, bro, he doesn't like everybody saying, hey, somebody fucks your wife better or your wife enjoyed this more than you. That's competitiveness. Like, or maybe I'm thinking out loud here. Maybe that manifests because I seen him say some other shit, which is a little bit odd to me. He said anytime she fucks another guy, when she comes home, she has to fuck him immediately. Maybe that's his terms of competition. Whatever. And then the second part of it, I said this to Adam in text yesterday. I said, Adam, you're the 6ix9ine of porno right now. And what I meant by that is that I believe Adam text and how he's carrying this is what's continuing the media discussion. People want to see, right, him crying. Like, put like this story would have been done if he was just crying on the internet, bawling, saying, yo, I'm getting a divorce. I'm about to motherfucking file for custody. It's over. But he's acting like he's kind of cool with it, this and third. That's kind of fueling it. So I think he's doing that for the marketing perspective, but I do think he cares a little bit. But he's concealing that he doesn't, right? Anyway.
I can just give my opinion. But I think like 50-50. I think part of him really don't give a shit. And then the other part is like, damn, all my peers is eating me up with these jokes. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, it's blowing them up more. So, hey, I guess it's a win-lose, but win situation.
Mm-hmm. I saw on an interview that Lena and Adam had done, she said that every time they brought up this video, he got a boner and like he wanted to go fuck after.
Okay, so I'm thinking it's an ego trip. Like, knowing that you want to get real by, this big black dude, it's like it turns him on because it's like, hey, let me show you how good I can fuck. But at the same time, let me watch you fuck that big dick too so I can use the lotion later.
Do you think that he tried any of the tricks that you did on Lena, any of the positions in their daily sex life?
A couple of them was kind of difficult, but I would like to think he watched that and was like, all right, let me. I seen her rolling eyes in this position. Let me go ahead and try the Superman plank. I don't know if you've ever hold it long enough, but hey, kudos if you do. I think she'll like it. You get to touch the bottom, even if you can't touch the bottom, you can still kind of give some good force.
Imagine a nigga telling you can't touch the bottom of your wife's pussy, bro.
Or thrust behind it.
Mm-hmm. When did you even learn that Superman plank position?
So I used to be a exotic dancer, stripper.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I was so comfortable when I got to the point of being naked and all shit. I used to be a stripper. So I used to do that move like on the women at the parties. I used to get like tons of money from doing it. And then I was like, one day I was like, let me see if I can actually do this in the pussy. And then I started implementing it in my regular life, and then I was like, oh, this is pretty dope. And then when I got to the point, I just mastered the angles for the camera and shit.
Do you think that was the first time Lena ever received the Superman?
That nigga said he's Superman planked in the pussy? Yo, the nigga was in the pussy doing the Black Beatles challenge. This shit is crazy, gang.
Plank.
That way, maybe. But I'm pretty sure she's gotten something similar.
Mm-hmm.
But I never really I used to watch porn before I ever did porn, and I never seen it. I've seen some similar variations, but not the exact same.
Mm-hmm. So this isn't your first time fucking someone's wife, is it?
Oh no, definitely not.
Mm-hmm. I saw that you posted a TikTok about how a man paid you $10K. You said your rate was 4, but he paid you 10.
See, that wasn't Adam. So that came back up now. People thought it was Adam. No, that was Adam.
Mm-hmm.
To fuck his wife while he recorded it.
Yes. When he was like yelling out positions and shit.
Oh, he was? Tell me about it.
Oh, so he was like, oh, that's fucking hot. That's hot. Okay, now ride that black dick for me. And I'm like looking at you like, all right, so I guess he wants some cowgirl. And then you're like, oh, perfect. Now suck it. He was like in the back, like he was like directing it. Mm-hmm. He was like literally directing it. Then yeah, it was kind of weird, but it was just like work, so it didn't matter.
Is that something that men reach out to you to do often?
If you would see my DM, ridiculous amount. I mean, I don't do it anymore, but except for the Adam, obviously that was different. But yeah, it's flooded, and even more so now. It's crazy. Like I get like 100 a day probably.
If you had to say how many wives that you fucked, what would the number be?
25.
And were their husbands present for all of it?
Yeah, I done had some weird ones. I done had the wife, the daughter, the wife's sister all at once while the husband sitting in the corner in the chair.
His daughter too?
Yes. She was like 24.
Wow. And that was your first time experiencing something like that?
Wait, hold on. Let me try to process this. Something legal about this. If you have a daughter, if you're watching your wife, your daughter, and your wife's sister all fuck one guy, what crime is this? This sounds like a crime. This sounds like a crime right here. By the way, white people, we're not picking on you, but what race is it? What race is it? Can we get a poll in the chat? What race would do such a thing? The wife's sister, and the daughter getting fucked by one BBC. What race would do that? What race would do that? Huh? We need a poll. What race would allow their wife, their daughter, their wife's sister to get fucked by another man? Or why they tape? Who is Caucasian? Who is Caucasian? Who is Caucasian? What in the fuck?
The three of them, yeah. Like the mother, daughter, that was kind of weird. Like hella weird. And I didn't even know it was the daughter until like towards the end. I just thought it was like I thought he just wanted to see me like rail like three chicks. Like his wife and two other women. Then come to find out it was the wife, the sister, the daughter. I was like, ain't no way.
Ain't no fucking way.
It almost felt incessive a little bit.
Mm-hmm, because the dad watching.
Granted, I didn't find out till the end, but still, it was kind of still weird.
No, that's super weird for sure. So, Andrew Schultz from the Flagrants podcast. Have you heard of him before?
Yes.
He recently got married about a year ago. Would you ever fuck his wife?
Oh my God.
He don't seem like the type that would let nobody fuck his wife. Because he's so blunt. Like, nah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying, but if he came to him and was like, yo, hey, I'll give you $10K, smash my wife.
Oh, 10K is his rate. He mentioned that. 10,000 for him to fuck your wife.
Maybe I'll think about it because it would create a lot of buzz as well. But Andrew don't strike me as a guy that will allow that to happen. He seems a little too alpha for that. Based off his...
Oh, shit. Sneak this in. Yo, I don't know. Listen, I don't think he's trying to sneak this at him, but his true thoughts kind of come out, and it does sneak this him. He says, yo, I don't think Schultz will let me fuck his wife. He seems too alpha for that. What does that imply about Adam?
10K, smash my wife. Maybe I'll think about it because it would create a lot of buzz as well. But Andrew don't strike me as a guy that will allow that to happen. He seems a little too alpha for that, based off his comedic delivery.
So you wouldn't think that Adam kind of gives off the same vibe, though?
No, Adam gives more of a free spirit, run me the bag type of vibe.
Mm-hmm.
Run me the bag.
Okay. And since Adam, has fucked other women, some might say that he could be more open to let his wife, which he obviously did.
Yeah, because he had to smash hundreds.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess he was like, all right, I'll throw one alley hoop. And I happened to catch it and dunk it in the pussy.
Logan Paul recently got engaged.
Wait, what?
Delivery.
So you wouldn't think that Adam kind of gives off the same vibe, though?
No, Adam gives more of a free spirit, run me the bag type of vibe.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And since Adam, has fucked other women, some might say that he could be more open to let his wife, which he obviously did.
Yeah, because he had to smash hundreds.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess he was like, all right, I'll throw one alley hoop. And I happened to catch it and dunk it in the pussy.
Logan Paul, he recently got engaged. Would you ever fuck his fiance?
would that create? That probably would create a big buzz too. Hey, I'm a professional.
Mm-hmm.
You line it up, I knock it down. Granted that it's good for my career, then yeah.
Mm-hmm. Are there any like specific wives out there that you would love to fuck? Any podcasters' wives?
I've never given that any thought.
Really?
I don't really look at dude wives like
Mm-hmm.
like in all honesty, like that was brought to me, so it's not like I just be out here like, oh, that's a hot wife. No, I don't give a shit. I get enough pussy to be worried about somebody's wife, but if you're giving me the money or whatever, obviously it's different.
For sure. I didn't know if you had like your
Like
sights
like a fetish for wives.
Not necessarily. I mean, possibly, but I think like I didn't know if you had any like women out there that you were like, I'm gonna fuck her. That was.
Normally get everybody I think about getting.
Oh.
Surprisingly.
Yeah,
no, I don't know of any.
Okay.
I know you want some juice, but I.
No. I was just really wondering. Yeah, truly, like because since this is such a big deal, I didn't know if there was any other,
I can't even think of no other wives. Like I can't think of nobody's wife right now. I have a hot wife.
Like Kris Jenner,
idea.
For example. Would you fuck Kris Jenner?
Kris Jenner, isn't that the
Kardashian mom?
Wait.
You gotta fuck Kris Jenner.
She's a kind of hot older lady,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think that would be a good look for me. That would be sheer chaos.
Mm-hmm.
Chaos. Like, yeah, I'll have to hard pass on that one.
If Jay-Z offered you $1 million to fuck Beyonce, would you do it?
Too much chaos. Nope. Too much chaos. And Beyonce is an attractive young lady, but they make a good couple. I wouldn't want to dabble in that. They're not in our world, so it wouldn't make logical sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like it would feel like a setup.
Right. Tom Brady, his wife Giselle, she's a baddie.
Yes.
Oh, you'd fuck her?
Sorry, Tom. Love you, but I'll take that
Ex-wife.
back. I'll take that back real quick. Probably for free.
Oh, you fuck her for free? Well, she's single now. I mean,
I'll still get the bag off it, I guess.
do you think that you could fuck Giselle better than Tom Brady ever did?
Well, yes, definitely.
He's an athlete, so some might say he has good.
Oh,
stamina.
he has stamina and endurance, but it's not so much as stamina and endurance. It's how you deliver the penis is what matters. Because you can set it off in 10 minutes, to be honest with you. You just do that extra just out of sport, out of ego. You keep going. But if you ain't making a girl come in 10 minutes, then you ain't doing something right with the penis at all.
Do you think that you can tell when a woman fakes an orgasm?
100%. The body doesn't lie. The body creating the juices. You can tell from the body temperature spike. You can feel the vagina like actually, there's a lot of telltale signs. And if they just, oh my God, I'm coming, and there's no temperature spike, no muscle movements, no, okay, man, really, you ain't got a lot to kick it.
Would you say that women ever fake an orgasm with you though? I mean,
maybe like I could probably think maybe like after the club and I come back and I'm kind of buzzing and dick is like stupid hard and I'm fucking for an hour. Then she'll start faking them just to be like, okay, stop killing my pussy like this. Just like cut it out. I'm coming. I haven't came enough. She probably lying. I don't know. I wouldn't, it's possible.
But you, like, on a scale of 1 to 10, how many times what would be the amount of times that you've made a girl come? Like,
oh my.
100% of the time?
Get back to
And then they see the girt in real life and they're like, the small girls take it. What else you want? Like elbow?
And I also think to like the consumer, they like to see a small girl getting fucked by.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cute. All right. Well, this is the dude who piped out Lana. Look like he's willing to do it again.
Gangbang with all those guys. Do you all kind of do the same?
That was like the 4 that I can fuck anytime. I mean, obviously, the splooge about to come, so I gotta switch it. I gotta switch position. You can't get me. You can't say you fuck the shit out of Jason. Everybody has to live a happy camper.
When women leave, do you think?
I would say, pace yourself.
All right.
Women
Anyway, you ain't really talking about shit. Okay, bet. All right, chat. We are on the YNW Melly trial. Let's get caught up with that, and then I'm gonna give you out a few more other things that's been going on.
Forget.
So, here's a trial that's going on. The first thing that kind of got determined earlier on. Let me see if we can get to it. There was some motions and some shit that happened. I want to have y'all hear it, and then we could go.
Comes up, we ask the jurors and talk to the jurors about it. Nobody's trying to embarrass anybody. Nobody's trying to, in any way, shape, or form, do that. The only issue is there's procedures in place, and when an issue comes up, I need to inquire. That's my job. I have to inquire. I'm not trying to embarrass anybody. So you're telling me it's not a financial hardship. You want to do your duty. Is that correct?
All right, I think he's talking to a juror. Everybody say this is the last day. Here we go, Melly.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. You can see hope you have a pleasant weekend. In any event, we're back on regarding how you can be seated. Thank you. Let the record reflect the presence of Mr. Demings, his counsel, the assistant state attorneys, ladies and gentlemen, our jury. As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, I trust you have a nice weekend. I think we're all ready to proceed. Is Detective Moretti out there? Yes, sir. Could you bring him in, please? Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Detective, as I'm sure you're well aware, we placed you on the oath last week, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I want to let you know you're still under direct examination, but you remain under oath. Understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam, if you're ready, you may continue with your direct examination.
Okay, Detective Moretti, we were in the middle of publishing the state's last numbered exhibit, which was 117.
Oh, hey, let me, so this dude's back on their oath. Let me just kind of do another topic real quick. And let me tell you this, man, when I'm right, I'm right. And some people be thinking like, yo, you know, when people don't like you, I'll start with that. When people don't like you, they dismiss every word you say as actually having some truth. And 100%, most of the people are too dumb to ever separate the message from the messenger. It's the reason why I came up with the saying, these days, unfortunately, it's more important to be liked than to be right. The right person could say the wrong thing, but it will be received better than the wrong person saying the right thing. We live in this society these days. People already make their mind up, or they're used to just being preached at with talking points. They don't think for themselves. Now, a few months ago, I did a stream, and J. Cole did an interview with some guy. J. Cole interview. And when he did an interview with some guy, I was a little shocked. It was Bob Myers. It was on ESPN. I seen Caesar Sportsbook up here. And I said, for all the guy who claims he's like, we're already talking about he's top 3 in hip hop, this, that, and third, he's so woke and so conscious. Where did he, you know, obviously he definitely communicates through music, so I'm not knocking the music. But where did he bring his long-awaited interview to? Now, a lot of people thought that this was a very selfish thing when I was just like, I basically slammed him, among others, Kendrick. I slammed even my favorite Drake for not doing interviews within the culture. But most people were so hell-bent on what they thought about me, they forgot about the message. They're like, oh my God, you want to interview Kendrick? I had to say this, and it wasn't disrespect to Cole. I don't give a fuck about interviewing J. Cole. It would do nothing for me. Interviewing YoungBoy is better than interviewing J. Cole for me. Interviewing Uzi is better than interviewing J. Cole for me. But I was speaking based on a cultural trend I was seeing. You know why I also spoke up? Because a lot of these little journalists out here, I hear them behind the scenes. Yo, I remember when Cole was coming up and, yo, I gave him one of his first interviews here, or, yo, like, I used to cover him all the time. These artists don't give two fucks about you. And that's why I wanted to at least throw it in the air like, yeah, these motherfuckers is really on some other shit. You know what I mean? Like, they don't want, they get big off the culture. When they get too big, they stop having conversations within the culture. That's why they run to places like this. Now, again, when I said it, everybody was like, yo, Act is mad that J. Cole and Drake and them don't want to do interview with him. It was never about me. I am cool. Actually, go look at the majority of my numbers. Listen, when I got to 1 million subscribers, I never had no big interview. I got there by myself. I did without a feature. I've always said, fuck talking to you. I'll make more money talking about you. You know why? An interview with your stupid ass lasts one time. I'll talk about you for 6 months and make 10 times the money. Who's winning now, bitch? So I don't really give a fuck. But people thought that this was Act cried out. I seen recently, Elliot Wilson from Elliot Wilson from Rap Radar said something. No Jumper covered. I didn't even cover it, but I seen them cover it. Let me see if I could point it out. Elliot Wilson calls out Drake for only doing interviews outside of the culture. This is what I'm talking about, how people choose the messenger. Now, Elliot Wilson, definitely a more beloved figure than me. Now but he's saying the same thing I am. Now, you might be saying, what am I talking about? Drake did some goofy-ass interview or whatever. I don't know if it's a parody. Like, I don't know what it is. I'll show you what it is. But I guess people are saying, like, yo, Drake, why the fuck, you being the top of the culture, you're in bed with a fucking mimosa in your fucking hand and painted fingernails. Not, like, we thought you came here to be ranked in the, like, there was a point with Drake, I thought that all he cared about was legacy. And I thought that was so dope because being a pop star, he doesn't have to care about legacy, but he does care about where he falls in the litany of all-time rappers. But even now, I'm watching, and I'm like, yo, he's doing an interview with, like, some weird niggas from bar stools. He's doing interviews with some bimbos who don't even know what's going on. And then I looked at him like, yo, maybe I'm doing too much because maybe that's just comedy. But it looks like other people are having the same opinion. Like, this was an interview. Remember, there's a million questions to ask Drake. This is undoubtedly the LeBron of our generation of music. He is pretty much took the torch, or him and Kendrick, whatever you might call him, after Jay pretty much left it. You know, Kanye's in a realm of his own. Let's not talk about Kanye, and also Wayne as well. However, the nigga don't really do interviews with hip-hop outlets. That's just a fact. What interview of Drake will you find? Interviews like this.
One was like, oh, have you ever heard Kiki, Do You Love Me by, like, Tyga?
Yeah.
You would be like,
a Karen that barely knows his music, Drake will be sitting down with.
You would fully be convinced.
Absolutely.
There's no, okay.
Now, I'm smart enough to realize I don't think Drake considers this an interview. I think Drake is trying to tap into the corny market. That market of, you know, he's kind of like an actor as well. So it's like, hey, let's do the funny Marco. This would have been better if it was like Theo Von or some shit like that. But I think Theo Von knows culture a bit, or I would hope. This was just like, yo, wait, what the fuck, right?
There's absolutely.
What's your favorite Tyga song?
Is he married to Kylie Jenner?
Exactly. That's the entire. You know. I've said to y'all, when y'all keep telling me Drake is gay for the fingernails, I said Drake has maxed out his attributes just staying in hip-hop. He needs to explore these other realms. That bitch he's doing an interview with, and let me bring it back. I don't want to call her a bitch. That woman seems to be a woman that most likely is a Taylor Swift fan. You get what I mean? She doesn't know about culture. And I think that's the fan base that Drake is poaching nowadays. He already got hip-hop locked. And I think this is the problem that, obviously I try to vocalize. You hate to see when you build a motherfucker, they then don't give a fuck about you, and they're looking for acceptance from other people who didn't care about them to build them, who also don't know enough about them to even maintain a logical conversation. But it just seemed like it's just, okay, I crossed this bridge, now I can burn it. You get what I mean? And that was just my thought about all these niggas. I'm like, none of y'all do hip-hop interviews no more? Really? But if there's a white girl on the bed with you, you'll do an interview? If there's a fucking midget and a half-retarded nigga and some other nigga at bar stools, you'll do an interview with him too. If it's some sports nigga who don't know nothing about nothing, you do an interview with him. I've been said this. You know what nigga said? You just mad because you want to interview. Don't interview with me. Why we don't got a Joe Budden and Drake interview? Look how much, like media-wise, look how influential Joe has been. Even there was an arc, like probably around 2016 when right before we did Everyday Struggle, nigga had the sweaty T-shirt, just critiquing Drake. These days, I can't understand it. I just don't feel none of this is cultural. And just like I call a spade, just like I use Kendrick's hiatus away from music to be a strike against him, I use this shit to be a strike against Drake and them too. They don't want to have real conversations anymore. That's a fact. None of them. So anyway, this is the conversation.
Oh, the guy that dated him? He dated Kylie Jenner?
Maybe like before like the iPhone or something. Like that's such ancient
Does
gossip.
he sing?
Huh?
He raps, he sings?
Yeah, what's your favorite Tiger song?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, so that's the interviews Drake rather does, right? So you had Elliot Wilson, who basically saying what I'm saying now. This is what he said. Moment of clarity. No disrespect to Lil Boat, because by the way, Yachty had an interview with Drake, which I guess was an interview. It was more like a friend talking, but okay. Yachty's conversation, and he uses the boy, which means Drake, was comfy and had some cool moments. I was more so clowning the comedy shenanigans with outsiders to our culture. It would be great again to hear Drake speak to us, even if it ain't me. Now, Elliot, I'm going to expand what you're saying because I think it has a lot of validity. I'm going to expand it to beyond Drake. Let's expand it to all of these guys. I'm sorry to say, these guys grew up and they did every fucking interview and they always wanted to express themselves not only on wax but also in interviews when they were growing. We got to call a spade a spade. It ain't only Drake. It's J. Cole and all these things that get to the top. They basically use the hip-hop media when convenient, and then they shit on them. Except you're being too nice to them. It's not just Drake. It's all of these niggas. It's all of them. You could catch them on Fader doing an interview. You could catch them in GQ saying some weird shit. But could you catch them talking to the culture? No. So in reality, we should call it out. And will it change? Probably not, because here's what happens. The artists realize after they've gotten to a certain level of being popular, they don't need media anymore. They are the media, right? So, like, does Drake need hip-hop media, or could Drake do whatever and we're just going to cover it anyway? Does Kendrick need media, or at this point, he'd rather not get mentioned for anything but his music? So, again, I'm not saying this needs to happen, but I wonder what the goal is when I see constantly Drake talking to people who have zero idea about music and his plight. Because I look at someone like Drake who was obsessed. The nigga said he had fucking Pusha T's signature on a mic. He collected all Pharrell's like fucking Infinity Stones. Like, he's been obsessed with hip hop, but these days the conversations he wants to have don't seem nothing to do with hip hop. It seems to be on some other shit. So then I'm saying, I would like to know at least what's their motivation is, because it don't seem like they're into it with hip hop no more. It's a fact. All right, let me move on. Let me get back to this case. This is the YNW Melly case. If you guys didn't know, this is the detective who has been on the stand since last week, and this is supposed to be the last day he's on the stand. Let's see how they kind of get into it. All right.
117. So on the first page, which is actually page 71,473 for council, then we were discussing the user and the messages between YNW Melly Instagram and J King RN.
Excuse me, Ms. Bradley, the monitor's not working here.
Oh, let me turn that on. Thank you.
Turn it on and off.
Well, it might be a little inconvenient, but if we could, perhaps we could just use this screen here.
Yes, ma'am.
So Detective Moretti, if you could publish the text of October 24th, 2018, 5:01:23 UTC from the user J King. All right.
That the text was, Jamel Demons, go lay down, I love you, all in capitals.
And remember, demons like rhymes with lemons. I know. Okay, going on to October 26th, 2018. Publishing the next message here, and this is 10:58:02 UTC. If you could remind us again the math calculation on October 26th of 2018 to get from UTC time to local Eastern time.
You just subtract 4 hours from the what you see of UTC, and that gets you into the Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and so who was the author of this message and who was it sent to?
The author was J. King RN, and it was sent to YNW Melly.
And what was the content of that message?
Are you okay? Question mark. I'm here in Miami. Send me an address. I'm by the stadium. I'm a mess.
So staying on that same thread ID, October 26th, 2018, and for Defense Counsel, that's page 75,935. The next message of October 26th, 2018, 11:26:16 UTC. What is the message?
I'm so worried. I'm here. Do you want me to come to your house?
And
by the way, the fan bus, I see y'all comments on my big act. We want to interview you next. I don't do porn, sir or madam. So I don't know how I don't know where the common ground and content is. I try to keep it straight hip hop or hip hop adjacent. But salute to y'all. I see y'all do y'all thing. Y'all did another interview with Freddie Gibbs' girl. Yeah, Freddie Gibbs' baby mama. Good for y'all. Oh, by the way, AB Kirk says, yo, bro, this literally some TikTok chick who just interviewed Funny Marco. No disrespect, but Drake's a rapper. Drink Champs, Gilly Wallow, Breakfast Club, etc. Hey, listen, this is just my own individual point. All these rappers be claiming they're the culture. They care about the culture, till they get to a point they don't need it. Then all they do is chase TikTok shit. This chick is probably huge on TikTok. That's why I apologize for even saying the B word, because I don't want him to clip me, right? Like, I'm pretty sure she's some fucking huge TikToker, but what happens now, you get people of this culture, we're chasing, trying to be bigger than whatever metric you could be bigger than. So what it is, you need the approval. It's like, remember at first, rappers used to like Soulja Boy infamously cussed me out. Yo, you a streamer, nigga, like you in your basement. Rapper used to be like talking shit about me streaming. And then what did all of them do? They ran to Kai Cenat and Aiden Ross's bedroom to go do interviews. You know why? Because they're all chasing clout. It's like, and it might be crazy for you to even think that some of these artists are chasing clout. Why do you think Lil Baby's in motherfucking Kai Cenat's bedroom? You think he's trying to do an interview, or he's just trying to capitalize off the audience? Whether you want to say it's, okay, cool, he does bring some value to it as well, so maybe it's not called chasing clout, but these artists are doing exactly what you see TikTok influencers do, just collabs and collabs. They look at hip-hop outlets after a while, because here's the thing. With hip-hop outlets, we have a ceiling. We're not Joe Rogan. Like, put it like this, Drake would 100%, 1,000,000%. If Joe Rogan called Drake today and said, I want you on the show, he'll be on tomorrow. Let a hip-hop nigga call Drake, Kendrick, any of these niggas, they're not going. The fuck? They're looking at it like, nigga, if I show up on your platform, I only help you. You can't help me no more. I'm too big. I'm the guy. But if Joe Rogan bring me on there, okay, now we're talking. Oh, this TikToker who's super viral, now we're talking. Again, rappers are just clout chasers. And I'm not just, again, this is not no aimed at Drake or this is all of them. You get what I mean? When an artist comes on my platform, I know, listen, ain't no artist doing me no favor. I know that's a fact. This is why I move the way I move. Nigga, you need to be here. 6ix9ine is my biggest interview. 6ix9ine, you need to be here, nigga. Whoever else, you need to be here. Because they don't do you favors. And this is why I be telling y'all hip-hop outlets sometimes stop dick sucking these artists. And also know that there's a point when they always will switch on you. And you're going to have this is my only advice to hip-hop platforms, you know, at least the newer ones coming up. You're going to go through everything I go through, because sometimes you're going to think it's friendship, and it ain't no friendship. This is, if I can't use you, fuck you. If you're not beneficial at the moment, fuck you. Whatever niche you tap into, anytime I see a nigga try to come holler at me, I know my niche, I know my, like, the shit where I'm really plugged in. They want that. They ain't doing me no fucking favor. Because the moment they don't need to do it no more, they will not hit you up. Trust and believe that, all right? So thank you for that donation. Rayo with the Mayo, thank you for the $5, by the way. He said, yo, not to race bait, but if Adam was black, it's game over. Hey, you're right about that. If Adam was black, well, I don't even know if that's true anymore. If it, like, put it like this. As much as, like, I'm not no hood nigga, nothing like that, but I care about the community, and I care about the heritage and tradition that I come from, and I understand that I'm a black male, and I know what that means in this game. I care about it. If, like, you know, I don't want to put this all on white people when it comes to Adam, even though I've been saying it as a tagline. I'm just trying to be funny a bit. Adam doesn't care about much. If you get anybody who only cares about the money, black, white, Indian, Pakistani, fucking Japanese, North Korean, or fucking Chinese, if they only care about the money, they're going to do the same thing as Adam. I don't think they'll be done, because here's the thing, maybe black people won't fuck with you, but they'll get embraced by other people. Okay. Talk about 6ix9ine. We'll talk about 6ix9ine a little bit. Also, people said the profit went to Lena's own platform, not Adam. No, I talked to Adam. He's getting paid from it. 100%. I don't know what the breakdown is. That's between them. I don't want to get too intrusive. Also, Fanbus, thank you for the thank Fanbus for the double donation, by the way. All right. By the way, you guys can go check their interviews out with whatever adult entertainers you want. And also, again, they have the one with Jason Love. We didn't watch it in full. G Twitch Easily says, yo, what do you think YNW Melly's last meal is gonna be? Now, guys, as we're gonna get back to this, this is gonna, like, I'm gonna let this play for about 5 minutes or so. What we're gonna see is the supposedly damning text, and I guess that's how the state's trying to put a bow on its, you know, presenting this case by saying Melly confessed. Melly's gonna say something later, which he's gonna say, I did that, and they're gonna say that's the confession. That's why they're showing all these texts at the moment. Keep in mind, this is a death penalty case. If Melly does not beat this case, given the fact that it already seems psychopathic, it seems very gruesome, cold-blooded, doesn't seem like there's any rhyme or reason why somebody would kill their two best friends. Also, when it comes to sentencing, and you're gonna hear that father who wanted to come on here, if Melly, again, I'm not wishing it goes either way, but if Melly gets found guilty, like, imagine the parents of the people who died then testifying to the jury to say, yo, y'all gotta give this guy death. Yo, he helped dress the people he killed. Allegedly, according to the father, Melly dressed the guy for his funeral. That if I'm a jury member, that's sick. If you killed a nigga and you acted like you ain't kill him because that's your friend and you dressed him for his funeral, I'm giving you death. That's what I would do. And again, I'm saying this like subjectively, but you have to think about what you would do. By the way, we don't know if he's guilty or innocent. But if he's found guilty, the sentencing portion is going to be a whole different situation, because when you hear people like start giving their fucking testimony about what the fuck, you know what I mean? It's going to be crazy, okay? Anyway, let me keep playing this a little bit, all right? Imagine killing a nigga and then picking out the outfit he wears at the funeral. And by the way, give me a second on that. I'm gonna do some research on that, because I do know the jury votes. They vote death penalty as well when they give the guilty verdict. So they vote death penalty, but I don't think they actually issue the sentence. They just vote if it's eligible for the death penalty. I want to make sure about that. The judge still has to take that up, and they still go through a sentencing procedure where people, usually the family, usually friends, usually people write letters that will be taken into consideration, and the judge makes that determination, okay? But the only thing that, but they usually lean to the death penalty if the jurors say it's on the table, all right? Anyway, let's keep going.
Going to the next message, the response. And who is that from?
It is from the account of YNW Melly, and it is to J.KingRN.
Okay, and what is the content of that message?
I'm good, Ma.
Continuing down, the next message in that thread, October 26, 2018, 11:26:31 UTC. Who is the author?
The author is J.KingRN.
And what is the text of the message?
I love you.
And who is it sent to?
YNW Melly.
Continuing on page 75,936 for Defense Counsel. And at the top of the page, the message of October 26, 2018, 11:26:38 UTC.
The message is, love you too.
And who is that from?
YNW Melly to J.KingRN.
So the response message, October 26, 2018, 11:26:58 UTC. What does the message say?
I need to find a hospital near you.
And who is that going to?
J.KingRN is the author, and recipient is YNW Melly.
Okay. The response from YNW Melly, 10/26/2018, 11:35:59 UTC.
The message is, I don't want to go.
So Detective Marty, I want to take a break from the Instagram for a second. We'll come back to that one. During the course of the investigation, did you author a number of search warrants?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many search warrants do you think you authored?
Well over 40, ma'am.
Okay. Did those include search warrants for the Instagram social media of Cortland Henry?
Yes, ma'am.
Approximately how many of those were done for Cortland Henry?
We did one for Cortland Henry's Instagram account, one for his Gmail account, and one for a phone number associated with him.
Were there any indications in those social media accounts or anything else that he was using the YNW Melly account?
No, ma'am, none whatsoever.
Were there any indications that Mr. Henry or anyone else was saying contact or talking about any indications of using the 9007 phone number?
No, ma'am.
We talked briefly about some of the financials when we were on the stand a couple of days ago. During the course of this investigation, did you author subpoenas to get all of those financial records?
Yes, ma'am.
In the total amount of money and the time frame, if you could explain how much money was coming into these accounts?
The total coming in, and I done the subpoena started from I think right around March to for the Sun Trust, which is Truist now. So it'll be March, April, May.
Do we have the account number, name? Thank you.
So Detective Marty, in terms of you're talking about the Sun Trust account.
Yes, the Sun Trust account was in the name, I don't know the last four of the account number, but the account was in the name of Jameson Francois.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Jameson Francois.
And in terms of the business account for Jameson Francois, were some of the beneficiary or payouts of that to Jamel Devins?
Yes, ma'am.
The total amount of money that went in to the Sun Trust account as well as the Chase account,
Yes, ma'am.
about how much money went in?
Total amount to those two accounts for a 30-month period was about $16 million.
How much?
$16 million.
16?
16.
Thank you.
Okay.
You know, Pocket Watcher Act is always on the case. I might have missed something. They said 16 million went in. Well, hold on. Let me just listen to this again. We gotta listen. We gotta make sure. You know, I'm up in everybody's pockets. Fuck that.
Number, name. Thank you.
So Detective Marty, in terms of you're talking about the Sun Trust account.
Yes, the Sun Trust account was in the name, I don't know the last four of the account number, but the account was in the name of Jameson Francois.
Okay.
That's a 100K track. Now, here's the thing, and I got to make it very, very clear. 100K track, who, by the way, I will openly state, he's a friend of mine. Those teeth, the fronts, and I got these diamond teeth. He custom made that for me. He paid $25,000 for it. That's my guy. I interviewed him. He has a label. You know, he knows he could get on my podcast at any time. But if you're wondering where or how he fits in the music industry, he's most notable for managing King Von. He got shot at the same time King Von got killed. And he managed YNW Melly. He managed a bunch of other artists too, but those are the two big ones. So when we hear whatever money that's in this account, which I love the Pocket Watch, he's managing King Von and he's managing Melly. You get what I mean? This is the manager.
I'm sorry.
Jameson Francois.
And in terms of the business account for Jameson Francois.
By the way, I keep telling y'all keep trying to be the rappers. Be a manager. Catch two of these niggas who kind of hot, and you could have like 5 other niggas you manage and get a little team. The artists over here flexing and doing all that shit, you really collecting the bread.
Francois, were some of the beneficiary or payouts of that to Jamel Devins?
Yes, ma'am.
The total amount of money that went in to the Sun Trust account as well as the Chase account,
Yes, ma'am.
about how much money went in?
Total amount to those two accounts for a 30-month period was about
30 months. So 30 months, let me do it. So that's 2 years. Let's see how much.
$16 million.
How much?
16 million. Holy.
16 million.
16?
16.
Thank you.
Okay. Detective Murray,
Now, here's the thing too. Let's not also mix up King Von money in there. This looked like it was a payout account. So let me tell you, I'm giving you a little bit of business of how sometimes music managers work. I learned this from Wayno, salute to Wayno. What managers and even booking agents at times hate to do is to have the artist get paid directly, and then you have to run behind the artist who's, as soon as they see something in their account, they're blowing it. You have to run behind them to get money. So usually in most management contracts, they'll say, anything payable to the artist I manage, you pay to me, and I'll pay to them minus my cut. Does that make sense? Right? So, for example, say Melly, we're going to take Vaughn out of it because you would have a different account for whatever. Or it could be the same account, but you would have to have an extreme, really good accountant if it's multiple artists, right? Say 60 million came into the account. That was for Melly. He would take his cut, which, like, let's do a calculator real quick. You know what I mean? Pocket watching that. Ain't nobody better than pocket watching that now. All right, here we go. Let's see. Bingo. Wait, what the fuck? Cool. So 16 million right here. Managers usually get about 20%, right? Times 0.2. So he would have gotten about $3.2 million, right? That's the manager from Melly, right? Now, how much does Melly get? So he would send the rest of the money. So again, a lot of times managers, or especially he had this group, 100K management company, say 60 million was paid from the record label. That comes into the manager's shit. They take out their 3.2 and then they send the rest to Melly. So 16 million minus 3.2 means Melly would have got 12.8, but it's more complicated than that. Usually there's at least about 5%, the 5 or 10 more percent that you have to allocate via a entertainment lawyer and also a business manager. So usually people only go away with about 70% of the money. And that's pretty decent and standard thing. So if it was $60 million times, let's say 0.7 of that would be, so out of the 60 million, Melly probably got 11.2. Now, we don't know what the 30-month period is, right? Because all these subpoenas have been old. By the way, keep in mind, Melly's publishing and a lot of royalties come later on. So if you ask me, Melly has maybe made $40 to $50 million, but at the time when they ran this report, he made 16. The manager's gonna get paid some. You're gonna give some to your entertainment lawyer for negotiating these deals. You're gonna also give it to your business manager. So at least at that time, Melly was probably entitled to get about $12 million or $11 million. Here I'm gonna tell you how this is very important. Because of this payout, and now knowing how much that Melly probably inherited from his musical career, this puts the families of the deceased in an interesting position. Now you know. Usually they fight over this amount, right? People act like they broke in court all the time. Like, shit, I'll tell y'all niggas I got money if I get in court, I'm broke now. You know what I mean? It's like Bow Wow. He's like, I don't get no money. Now that, because, you know, the investigator fucking, I don't even know how the bank gave this up like so fucking willingly, but I guess they tied it into the crime somehow that they got a subpoena to figure it out. This is what's going to happen. Melly, this amount of money right here, Melly's victims, allegedly, if he gets found guilty, they're going to sue to try to recover. We need that $11 million. You killed our sons. We need that 11 milli, brother. Give us that 11 milli. We need that 11 milli now. And then they're going to push further to say Melly has probably made 3 times the amount of this since he's been locked up. Because what they say, dead rappers get better promotion, and when people locked up, people stream more. That's how it goes. So this amount of money at that time is probably compounded. The victims' families, they're 100% going to sue and use this information. And let's get back to it.
In terms of the swabs that were put into evidence previously from the Jeep, do you know on what date the swab of the interior passenger door for the rear driver's side, do you know what date that was collected on?
10/26/2018.
So you discussed briefly as well about looking at the car on October 26th of 2018, about there being...
By the way, to further crystallize it, just to kind of like give you a little hint, it's the same thing with 6ix9ine in that RICO case, right? So, like, you're gonna notice 6ix9ine's giving out $500,000 in bags to bitches, but he's gonna go in court and say he's not making no money. You gotta play the game, right? You know what the game is? Yo, when you did all that, you know what I mean, Treyway shit, people got shot, people got injured. They're owed what would be compensation for all of the pain and hurt that you have caused, right? And the judge has to then assess how much money do you have or how much money you've made off of this, directly benefiting from it, that they could try to give those people money. Who's trying to pay up money? It's like Tasha K with Cardi B. So you know what 6ix9ine does? Well, I don't got no money. I'm not really getting no shows. You get what I mean? It's I don't want to get too deep into it, but artists start doing a little interesting things just to show the court I don't make no money. All of a sudden, you know, 6ix9ine is telling the court, "Hey, I got kids to feed. To be honest, my career is done." Like 6ix9ine said that in paperwork. He said that to the judge. My career is done because they say I'm a snitch. I can't make no more money. You think 6ix9ine not making no money? He just gave Annuel's baby mama like $1 million. You get what I mean? Like, but you gotta hide it from the court. That's just how it goes. You get what I mean? I would never do such a thing like that, but these guys, you know.
Damage to the car. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
You would, and I'd ask you the next question as to, do you recall if there was a discussion as to how the car had been damaged previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had the opportunity to review the statement since that you took of Portland Henry?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you now recall where that damage to the front hood supposedly occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that?
In Atlanta, Georgia.
In terms of the statements or anything about the damage to the tires or the rims, did you ask the defendant, Mr. Henry, about those tires or rim damage in that statement? And if you don't recall...
Yeah, I don't recall this time.
So I'm going to, with looking at a copy of that statement, refresh your record.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So looking for defense counsel, page 6 of 13 of the transcript of the statement. And it's going to be this thing you read that silently to yourself. Detective Marty, did Mr. Henry describe some sort of incident in which the Jeep ran into a median?
Yes, ma'am. According to his statement, that when the alleged drive-by occurred, he swerved and hit the median.
Okay. And did you notice any damage or anything consistent with that on that Jeep?
No, ma'am.
So you mentioned you've done on a Facebook account on that. And so I'm not going to be showing what's been previously shown to defense counsel and marked as states that the couple are. At this point, the state would offer states in tuple R pursuant to 90.803 sub 6 as a business record.
Any objection?
Objections on grounds previously raised.
It's over. It'll be admitted.
Okay. So, Detective Marty, we discussed the Facebook account on that.
All right, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go forward a little bit.
Was there a cell phone number that was associated with the Jamel Demons Facebook account?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that?
772-713-9807.
Okay. Publishing page 1. Detective Moretti, could you explain the line where it says date range?
The date range is where when we author the warrants, that's the date range to where we're requesting that the provider, which is Facebook, all the data they have during that time frame.
Okay. And so what is the time frame that was covered under this particular search warrant?
10/1/2018 to 1/18/2019.
Okay. And what was the name of the account?
Jamel.Demons.
Demons, right?
Demons, my apologies.
Okay. In terms of the email addresses that are on there, on that account, are those some of the email addresses that we've talked about previously?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. On the registration date, September 19th, 2010, what is that?
That's the date that the account was created with Facebook.
Now the next thing is part of page 1 is listed as mobile devices. What are the mobile devices portion of the Facebook returns?
That's all the mobile devices that are connecting to the account.
And does this go back until the creation date?
It goes back to the date to where we authored the warrant.
So in terms of does some of this information go from the beginning of the account itself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the phone number you mentioned on there, and this is now on page 4. What phone number was verified on this account?
772-713-9807.
And going to the PayPal account, what was the email for the PayPal account that was associated with this Facebook account?
MellyMontana@iCloud.com.
And if you recall, what was the name of the Snapchat account that was previously introduced into evidence as State 7?
Melly Montana.
In terms of the IP law,
they're essentially kind of pretty much saying it's no way these accounts that utilize the same phone have all Melly's information. We've seen all Melly's pictures. They're talking as Melly. It's Melly. It's no way these phones do not belong to Melly. That's essentially what they're doing with all these technical shit. They're using Facebook records, Snapchat records. They're using records from all over the place that if you type something on your Instagram right now, what it does is captures a version of what device it came from, and it has like certain type of unique IDs that it could kind of distinguish. It captures an IP address, right? The first thing might be probably what was called networking, like a MAC address, right? But it captures these really unique identifiers. But now she's even going above and beyond to show it's Melly's thing, to say, well, let's say, all right, it was that phone, but it's not Melly's phone. It was in somebody else's hand. They're showing Melly's PayPal is attached to it. Melly's PayPal is also seen in the Snapchat shit. They're basically trying to say, bro, are y'all serious? And keep in mind, Melly's lawyers, their job is to say, but how do you know? How do you know without a shadow of a doubt? You have to think like a juror. My nigga, if they showed you 98%, unless you like Melly, you're not going to be like, maybe it's that 2% possibility it's not Melly's. Maybe somehow his PayPal account just got in there. It got also on the Facebook thing because they were probably running ads or something for Melly, or like paying for shit on Facebook. And then maybe also like the phones that they're talking about also. Like, no juror is doing that unless you like Melly. You're saying, nigga, that sounds kind of like the nigga did it. Let's be honest.
Logins. Did you do any additional research on these particular IPs?
No, ma'am.
Okay. During the course of the investigation, did you have the opportunity to review all of the messages and content on Facebook?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there ever any indication somebody else was using that account?
No, ma'am.
In terms of the location, Pembroke Road and US 27 on the south side of the street, what jurisdiction is that in?
City of Miramar.
What county?
Broward County.
What state?
Florida.
And in terms of the individual that you've been identifying as Jamel Demons, do you see him in court today?
Yes, I do, ma'am.
And how do you recognize him?
He's wearing a black jacket, white shirt, sitting next to Mr. Adelstein.
Okay, and the records will reflect an in-court identification of the defendant?
Yes, counsel. We'll reflect the in-court identification of the defendant.
Okay. So I want to go on to the last Instagram message thread that we'll talk about in this case. It's been previously shown to defense counsel as states quintuple S, and a copy provided thereof. Detective Marty, do you recognize states quintuple S?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you recognize that?
It is the Excel spreadsheet I created. I was able to isolate the thread ID and put it into a more readable format, because sometimes it's difficult reading it from the several thousand Facebook, Instagram pages. So I put it into a format on Excel that you could easily read through and see the to and froms.
Okay. Does that fairly and accurately depict the thread ID between an individual identified as PZ_Gambino and the YNW Melly Instagram account?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that the thread ID ending in 99651?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it any additions or deletions from the thread ID from the Instagram business records?
No, ma'am.
Now, at this time, the state would request to move states quintuple S in as states 119.
And we approach. Yes, sir.
Okay, there's a little sidebar. Let's get to it. This is where we're going to find out very important. Here we go.
And Uber, you all back.
I'm going to fast forward now in terms of the timeline and go to October 25th of 2018.
Let's see if this account's still up. PZ Gambino. They said that's who Melly was communicating with. Instagram.com, PZ_Gambino. Who is that? All right, that's not this person. Let me see. PZ. Yeah, I think that person has changed your name. I don't think it's this person. Nah. Yeah, I think that person changed your name. They did. Okay, cool. Let's get back.
Going to specifically 10/25/2018, 14:36. PZ Gambino. You got a old iPhone you don't use. 10/25/2018, 14:42. PZ Gambino sends a photograph.
10/25/2018 at 15:40. YNW Melly. Hell no.
10/25/2018, 15:42. PZ Gambino. Damn. All right.
10/25/2018 at 15:43. YNW Melly. You need one?
10/25/2018, 15:43. PZ Gambino. Hell yeah, dog. I need a phone ASAP. Okay.
10/25/2018, 19:40. YNW Melly. The response is an unidentified emoji.
10/25/2018, 19:40. PZ Gambino. YNW Melly. Unidentified emoji. So when it says unidentified emoji, How are you able to translate that or see what those are?
It's usually little tiny like rectangles or little squares that identifies its emoji, but when we try to put it into a Word document or something to translate to see what it is, we can't read it.
Okay. Do some of them translate in a Word document?
Some do, some don't.
Okay. So going to October 26th of 2018, not this specific conversation, but in reviewing the totality of the Instagram messages, are people checking in with the defendants or the YNW account?
Sustained.
Are individuals sending messages to the YNW account?
Yes, ma'am.
In terms of, are there responses to each of those messages from the YNW account?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
In terms of images and photographs that were still circulating on social media on October 26th of 2018, were they all fair, accurate, and true statements as to what happened?
Sustained.
In terms of the October 26, 2018 Facebook messages and social media information about these shootings that had happened.
There was a lot of false images.
Objection. Sustained.
Move to strike on curative instruction.
Jury district.
If we could approach?
Sure.
Okay, now here we go.
October 26, 2018, 1940 UTC. Or, I'm sorry. (10/26, 2018).
Okay, so we have Melly saying something to somebody who is the recipient of Melly and Wiz the Wiz, so I guess Wiz the Wiz. And he says, I did that. I want to catch this from the beginning, so let me play this again. This is really huge. This is how the state is wrapping up their case. They're calling it a admission.
Detective Moretti, I want to continue in that same thread with Mr. Gambino, PZ Gambino, that particular message. And I want to go to specifically October 26th, 2018, 1940 UTC. Or, I'm sorry. (10/26, 2018). You mentioned you can copy and paste them into Word to as such. On October 26th of 2018 at 20:02:18 UTC, what does the YNW Melly account state?
I did that with a smiley emoji.
In terms of what was that in response to from the PZ Gambino account?
Objection.
Overruled.
The PZ Gambino account asked him if he was okay, and his response was, I did that, and placed a smiley face emoji.
And the next message from 10/26/2018 at 16:02 from Eastern Standard Time, the YNW Melly account says what?
After that, SHHHH.
And could you please stand and point on the right side of the screen exactly which part you're saying where the YNW Melly account says, I did that?
I did that. This is the thread ID. This is the text. This is the author.
I ain't gonna lie. By the way, you know we've heard about this stuff before. I keep trying to tell you as we watch this trial because I don't want y'all to be shocked. Think like a juror. Think like a juror. You want to find an answer. This is a whole trial. You need to get an answer. By the way, and I'm not ruling this out, I do think YNW Melly's defense team is going to make something up or be like, hey, when he said I did that, he was talking about he fucked this bitch that everybody wanted to fuck. He finally fucked her. Like, he fucked her the night before. He didn't know all this was happening. He's just telling his mans, yo, I did that. Here we go.
This is the recipient. Then you come down here, same thing. The ID is for the actual message, which is just specific that one message. Then the thread ID is the actual continuation, continuing message. Then come down here to it says text, the SHHHH.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Keep that up, will you please?
Hey, great place for the prosecutor to end to basically say, what have we painted the picture this whole time? This nigga did it. He did it. He doesn't have a heart. He's a fucking brazen criminal. He's a thug, a psychopath. He deserves to die. They end their case by saying, or maybe not their case, because I don't know if they're bringing somebody else up, but they end this inquiry into this juror, into this witness who is a cop, by saying, what the last thing that Melly said right after that? I did that. Now, really, they would want to say that means a confession. If they say it would be objections flying all over the place. So they don't have to say that. They just leave it there on the jury's mind. We rest our case. We're good. We're good. Now you know we're good.
9807, please. 9807, please.
Cross-reference from which exhibit you got these from?
I wish I could. There's 4,000. 9807, please. Without going through all the messages.
Hold on. My bad.
Here, same thing. The ID is for the author.
Did that?
I did that. This is the thread ID. This is the text. This is the author. And this is the recipient. Then you come down here, same thing. The ID is for the actual message, which is just specific that one message. Then the thread ID is the actual continuation, continuing message. Then come down here to it says text, the SHHHH.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Keep that up, will you please?
Of course.
By the way, remember this. YNW Melly will not be the first. And whether he gets freed or he gets incarcerated for a longer period of time, this device right here has sent more people to jail than all the snitches in the world that they claim is telling on them. They're using what you sent in a Instagram message as a confession. They're using the GPS location as the fact that you were there. They're using the footsteps that you allegedly walked around the car to shoot up the car after people were dead as you staging it. They're using the GPS positioning and the calls that you called you called your girlfriend at the time, and her mom was listening, and you were frantic. You called Fredo Bang. You got in Fredo Bang's car. How do they know it? Because of Apple. Right here, nigga. This is why Melly's in jail. There's not one snitch. There's nothing that says that he would, without the Apple iPhone, he would not be, well, maybe he would get, arrested at a certain point, but this thing had every evidence that they needed. Let's think about it.
Lead Detective Murray. You are the lead detective.
Yes, Your Honor. I mean, yes.
Well, you got promoted me, so you better apologize to the judge.
Sorry, Your Honor.
I'd like to consider it. I can't see my eyes. Could you point to where I did that? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And how do you spell that?
T-H-A-T.
Okay. Let me show you some copies of 9807, please, without going through all the messages. They're all from exhibits that you went into. May I mark this as a composite exhibit? Please. Do you have any objection?
Counsel, are you offering it?
I'm going to offer it in evidence, yes. As a
Are
composite.
you doing it now?
Huh?
Are you doing it now? That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yes.
Have you stated any objection?
Starting evidence, if you just would cross-reference from which exhibit you got these from.
I wish I could. There's 4,000 of them that we took a sample.
Excuse me one second. So it's admitted. What's the next exhibit number?
Be pre-marked as defense exhibit D
It's going to be offered in evidence. So
and offered in evidence as defense 4.
in evidence as defense 4. I'm sorry.
Defense 2. So
Defense 2. I'm sorry.
pre-marked as defense 2.
And how many pages?
My personal feeling, you need this homie right now. He cool. Some other shit. This guy right here, when he talks, I like how he talks. He tries, even when he got bullshit, he makes a lot of sense with the bullshit. This guy, he seems already frustrated and frazzled. The jury don't know the jury just wants to be convinced. This guy does a great job of convincing. Even when he dead wrong and the judge about to rule against him, I'm like, damn, this nigga making a good point. This guy, don't know. But let's keep it going.
Conversation, clerk, do it.
I apologize.
No problem.
I get past, when they mention 70,000, I get confused. And while he's marking...
I'll fast forward past this a bit. Basically, what's happening is that they're trying to figure out where... So he's about to bring up some old text that the state already submitted. And they're asking him, where in the state's submission of these texts are you bringing up? And he basically said, I don't know. They had a lot, which, by the way, I think that shows a little bit lack of preparation on Melly's side. You should have all your ducks in order. But maybe they didn't know that the state was going to end off with this I did it thing, or I did that thing. But they should have imagined that was going to be a big part of it. I did that is like a fucking admission. So anyway, let's go to this.
Melly double murder trial is
Page numbers. Say less.
10/19, 2018 at 19.
Okay.
We use.
In terms of are the responses to each of those messages from the YNW Melly. Before 1906 sends a photograph. What? Was Mr. Gambino offering merchandise to be sold to the YNW Melly account?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it real estate?
No, ma'am.
All right. Hey, chat, I ain't gonna lie. I gotta heat up some oxtail upstairs. I ain't gonna hold you, man. Lunchtime, bitch. I got some oxtail upstairs. You know what I mean? I got a nice Jamaican spot that just came around my area. So, Let me go heat that up real quick. It's gonna take like 2 minutes, and also I gotta make sure Big Pluto is, properly fed and hydrated. You heard me? And then I'll be back in 2 minutes, like literally 2 minutes. I'm literally putting it in the microwave. I ain't gonna hold you.
Are they physical, tangible items?
Yes, ma'am.
So going forward to the dates and times in question. When you're going through on this, I want to make sure it's clear that this first line corresponds to the page numbers. And where are you getting those page numbers from when you generated this document?
Top right-hand corner of the records provided to us from Facebook.
Okay. And this particular conversation, were you able to go through and isolate all of the information on this thread ID?
Yes, ma'am.
So with your permission, I'm going to go through, if we can just, if it says sender PZ Gambino, I will read it aloud, and if you would respond with whenever the sender is YNW Melly.
Okay.
So first message, 10/19/2018, 1906. Sends a photograph from PZ Gambino.
Then 10/19/2018 at 1907, a message from the account of YNW Melly to PZ Gambino. Tell him 450.
10/19/2018, 1911, PZ Gambino. He say 5.
10/19/2018 at 1911, YNW Melly 475.
10/19/2018, 1929, PZ Gambino. Say less.
10/19/2018 at 1932, YNW Melly 480 at the most. 10/19/2018 at 1938, YNW Melly. What'd he say?
All right, we're getting into some other testimony, but in real time, the court is on a morning break. So we want to check in with Law and Crime's Terry Austin. Terry, good morning again. Bring us up to speed on what the jury has heard so far this morning.
So far this morning, the prosecution, Christine Bradley, was doing her direct exam of Mark Moretti. He's the lead detective. And they got to the point that I think we've all been waiting for. During her opening, she said that Melly said, "I did that." Shh. And so we just heard text messages between PZ Gambino and YNW Melly, where in fact, YNW Melly does say on the other side, "I did that." Shh. But she stopped there. She finished her direct exam of Mark Moretti. He's been on 2.5 days, but she concluded right there to underscore that point. Cross-exam.
I got it. Thank you.
Jury entering. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Please be seated. Let the record once again reflect the presence of our jury. The defendant, Mr. Clemens, his counsel, the assistant attorney, the witness, Detective Mark Murray, remains on the witness stand. Counsel will approach. I think you're on your just commence your cross-examination. If you're ready, you may proceed.
Thank you. When we took the break, we were talking about the state bringing in the FBI to plot out where the phones were. You remember that?
Yes, sir.
And the reason they brought the FBI in is because the FBI has a special unit to map out and plot where phones are. And they do that not only in this country, but all over the world.
Correct.
And the FBI agent they brought in was, in fact, Special Agent Collins. And you met with him.
Yes, sir.
And he was from the CAST unit.
Yes, sir.
Which stands for Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
Yes, sir.
And that is a unit that is brought in not only throughout the United States, but throughout the world to plot out and find the location of phones. Correct?
Correct.
And to render opinions as to where the phones are located at a particular time.
Correct.
Now, were you aware that in order for him to do that, one of the things he needed was the name of the cell provider, correct?
Yes.
And the list of towers in the particular area that he's trying to locate the phone?
I don't know if he needed the list of towers, but that's standard.
Would it surprise you to learn that he needs not only the provider name, but the list of towers in a particular area so that he can attempt to map out and tell a jury like this where the phones are located at a particular time?
I have to disagree because the platform they use, CASPIS, is linked with what's called NDCAC. It's the national database of all the cell towers that's maintained in the United States. So the platform they use is constantly updated. Now, when we use the platform we use, we have to update it periodically because more towers are added. So as for the fact that he needed it, I'm not sure about that, sir.
Okay. Are you aware that even though they are the Rolls-Royce of locating phones throughout the world, that they cannot pinpoint at a particular time exactly where a phone is at any particular time?
Correct.
They can only give a general area.
Correct, sir.
That general area is approximately a couple miles wide, correct?
No, it's more like meters as compared to miles. It's accurate, but it's not precise.
Now, you indicated to these folks that you looked at something on the cell records called environment.
Yes, sir.
And you use that as a guide to locate or plot where a particular phone is at a particular time, correct?
You're right, man. Let me eat that oxtail and wash it down with some liquor, man. What's the problem, bro?
Is interpreting where it's at. Example, it tells us if it's mobile, if it's outdoor, it tells us it's indoor, the environment. It has nothing to do with the location data. We use that in this case because every time we had an environment response from the T-Mobile records, I could corroborate it with video. Example, when he walked out of the recording studio at 3:18 a.m., the phone was registering outdoor.
How about when it was on I-75 or 595?
It was saying mobile. And if you would let me finish, every time the phone was registering outdoor, mobile, we had video to corroborate that. So he's walking, he's outdoors, it says mobile. It says outdoor. The second he gets in that vehicle and drives away, it switches over to mobile. On 595, we have video, mobile. On Pines Boulevard near the Monastery School, it says mobile. Passing McDonald's, mobile. After the shooting, after the murder, it's coming back east on Pines Boulevard, it's saying mobile. So we had video to corroborate that one little instant, that one little section of the box.
Are you aware that the FBI never, ever uses the label environment because they cannot attest to the reliability of that?
Well, I can't attest to how the FBI operates. I can't attest to their
Could
policy.
you just answer my question yes or no and then explain?
Oh shit, it's getting spicy.
Repeat the question, sir.
Are you aware, yes or no, whether or not you're aware that the FBI does not look at the environment because they cannot attest to the reliability?
I am not aware of that.
Fair enough. You also use latitude and longitude coordinates.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware that the FBI does not rely upon the latitude and longitude when they determine where a phone is?
The latitude and longitude that comes into play on the true call data report of the cell phone, it's an estimate. The cell phone provider is providing us an estimate where they believe the phone might be. Like we said before, it's not precise, but it's accurate.
My question to you wasn't that. My question to you is, are you aware?
Excuse me. What's the objection?
Badgering. You may approach briefly on.
Sure.
Nah, this nigga on time. This nigga on timing, man. I knew as soon as I brought the oxtail out, he was going to be on timing. Here we go.
Is that a phone may be in a general area, correct?
Correct, sir.
Cannot be 100% correct, right?
Correct.
And in fact, depending upon what tower it bounces off on, it could be totally incorrect.
There has been false readings with towers. There has been false readings with towers. Sometimes anomalies within the records. It happens.
And we've heard a lot of talk about chat messages, and you read with both prosecutors various messages for what I perceive to be days, but hours, maybe. Days.
I would agree with you. It was long.
Long. And they would say, I'm going to pretend to be Mr. Smith, for instance, and you read the message coming from Judge Murphy, but I'll get in trouble. Not Judge Murphy. How about that gentleman in the back from BSL?
Okay.
And the messages were read and identified as those two people, the state and that BSO officer sitting in that corner.
Yes, sir.
Basically, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're aware, in order to really tell a jury who the person is, you need that person, like this.
What's the objection?
Foundation.
Sustain, rephrase.
You've had training in analyzing phones.
Yes, sir.
Somewhat, correct?
Yes, sir.
You have been an officer or a detective for some 20 plus years.
Yes, sir.
In order to identify someone's voice, you would need, legally in the courtroom, as you know, the person who made the phone call, correct?
Yes, sir.
Or the person who received the phone call. Did you ever speak to, what was his name, Gambino?
Yes, I did. Patrick Deloach is his real name. Deloach. D-E-L-O-A-C-H.
Don't worry, I'm almost done. I only got one piece of oxtail left. I don't eat
Now, in addition to that, you told this jury that you attempted to, well, you did get some cameras off of 595 and I-75, correct?
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury if you could see who was in each vehicle?
No, sir, you cannot tell.
Could you tell this jury how many people were in each vehicle?
No, sir, you cannot tell.
And you did get a surveillance from Montessori School, correct?
Yes, sir. And McDonald's.
And McDonald's. Well, on Miramar Parkway, for instance, the only surveillance you got was from the Montessori School, correct?
No, Montessori School was on Pines Boulevard.
Okay. Did you get any surveillance from any of the cameras on Miramar Parkway?
More specifics, or which one are you referring to?
Okay. How about the CVS that's on Miramar Parkway?
It doesn't cover up that far.
Did you pull it?
We went there.
Did you look at it?
Yes, sir.
How about Applebee's on Miramar Parkway?
Where's there Applebee's on Miramar Parkway?
We're on Dykes Road. On Miramar Parkway West, on Dykes Road, on the intersection.
Yeah, there's a pharmacy there, but there's no Applebee's there.
Did you go to that pharmacy?
Yes, sir.
Did you pull the surveillance?
No, sir.
How about the Pollo Tropical?
Their videos didn't cover that area.
Yo, I'm gonna keep it a bean with you. This white lawyer, he talking like he got an attitude. You ever see when white people get pulled over versus black people? I don't make me to keep bringing race. My hand at 10 and 2. I already know you want to see license, registration, insurance. I'm yes sirring him. A white motherfucker get pulled over. Why the fuck did you pull me over? This is him right here. He got dumb attitude. By the way, he's speaking to a cop. The cop over here is copping pleas to him.
Did you pull him?
No, sir.
Did you look at him?
No, sir.
How about the gas station that's on Miramar Parkway?
The one just east of McDonald's?
Yes.
Yes, it did not cover the road.
How about the bank that was on the corner of 172nd and Miramar Parkway?
Did not cover the road.
Did you look at it?
Yes, sir.
Did you bring it in?
No, sir.
How about the four-way intersection where there's 4 cameras on 172nd Avenue?
Cameras covering the road.
Yeah, to see the cars driving through.
There's no traffic cameras at 172 and Pines. It seems to be a great misconception when people see those white boxes on top of the cameras. Those are actually control the traffic signals. They're sensors. The old sensors used to be in the road. They would burn out. The lights would not cycle properly. So, but there's no cameras. It's a great misconception.
Okay, then you said the vehicle turned right on and went south on 184th. Is that correct?
Which vehicle?
The Jeep?
Jeep never went south on 184.
Did it make a right turn on 184, the Jeep?
Yes, sir.
That would be north.
Yes, sir.
By the way, pay attention to that. Don't pay attention to me. But if you're watching me eating, I'm Jamaican. And I'm eating oxtails. So after you eat the meat, you got to eat the bones. I'm keeping a bean. So please, don't watch me. Let's keep watching over there. Because y'all going to see me chawing on bones and shit. I'm sorry. I'm not giving it up. Sorry, I'm Jamaican. I ain't going to... Nah, oxtails is too expensive. It's like $30 a plate, nigga. Okay? So I'm going to get these bones in, all right? So just don't judge me. Let's follow what homie's saying.
My mistake. Did you look at the camera at Publix that's on that road?
Doesn't cover the road, sir.
Did you pull it and look at it?
We went there, but it does not cover the road.
My question is, did you look at it?
Yes.
How about Sunset Lakes Elementary? That's there. Did you pull that camera, sir?
No, sir.
How about West Broward Elementary? Did you pull that camera?
Where's West Broward Elementary located at?
On South, on 184.
184 what?
Pembroke Road.
Pembroke Road in 184?
Yes.
I don't know of a West Broward school there at Pembroke Road in 184.
Okay. How about the Walmart?
No, sir.
You didn't look at it?
No, sir.
How about the Audi Market? Did you look at that one?
No, sir.
How about the Walgreens?
No, sir.
We know that you pulled the Montessori school.
Yes, sir.
How about the Exxon? That's right down the street from there.
No, sir.
How about Somerset Academy?
No, sir.
How about the Tractor Supply Company on that street? Did you bother to look at that camera?
We're specifically on High Boulevard to Tractor Supply.
190 what? 192nd.
No, sir.
You missed quite a few cameras.
No, sir.
No. Now, you were told by Cortland Henry that the day of October 25th, several people went to the flea market to buy some weed, correct?
Yes, sir.
Certainly you went there to pull the tapes of the flea market so that you could show this jury, didn't you?
No, sir.
But you did a helicopter ride to show this jury this route on what day?
May 2023.
May of 2023.
Yes, sir.
After this trial started. Correct?
Action, Your Honor.
Suggestion.
Nah, this nigga talking with an attitude, man. You talking with an attitude. This nigga like he mad that he in court.
I think it's Exhibit 115.
Step down a second. See if you find
You want me to help you find Chelsea?
If you could. Yes. Could you step down to help?
Is it one of the other ones?
I'm too old to say, Judge. Which would have been Officer Amador.
Yes, sir.
And also on the scene is Detective Bertram and Bermudez.
Sergeant Bermudez, yes.
Sergeant, I apologize. And you are assigned the lead detective's role.
Yes, sir.
And that is like a conductor in an orchestra. All right.
I wouldn't categorize that, but
Now, are pictures taken?
I'm about to go wash my hands and shit. Normally, because I'm just making like, I would chew on this for another hour, but I want to gross y'all out. So, I'm going to wash my hands up.
Of the two individuals that were shot before they were removed from the vehicle, the Jeep?
yes, no, sir.
You immediately go and speak to Cortland Henry, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we listened to the tape of Mr. Henry,
Yes, sir.
who told you that there were 3 people in his car, correct?
Yes, sir.
Cortland Henry, the driver, correct?
Yes.
Christopher, and, well, let me get in the right order. In the front passenger seat was Anthony Williams.
Yes.
And sitting in the rear passenger seat was Christopher Thomas.
Yes.
Only those three people when the shooting occurred, correct?
Correct.
You learned that he lied to you about where the drive-by shooting was, correct?
Yes.
You went to, what, 3 different areas to look for evidence of the drive-by of Cortland, what Cortland Henry told you, correct?
Yes.
You learned at that time that at first he was labeled a victim, but that he now is lying to the police concerning the shooting of 2 individuals.
He was still listed as a victim that day, even though we knew he was lying to us, but he was still considered a victim at that point.
There is such a crime as lying to the police, correct?
Yes, sir, it's a misdemeanor.
You could have arrested him if you so chose for lying to the police, correct?
You're saying I should have arrested a potential victim of a violent crime on a misdemeanor?
Could you just answer my question? Could you have arrested him, yes or no?
Yes.
And you spoke to him.
Hey, I'm looking for the thing, my little floss thing to get, like, you know what I mean, the thing on my teeth. Hey, I'll say this. You know what I like about this lawyer? He don't really give a fuck about them detectives. He's just there to do what he got to do. Here's my only problem that I think is going to hurt Melly with his approach. At the end of the day, if you want to get Melly off, you need the jurors to kind of believe Melly is a victim. Melly's friends were killed. The cops and their bullshit-ass investigation, which they botched twice, or once at least, these guys have it out for Melly, and they're not treating him like his friends died. This guy's demeanor is so brash, it kind of isn't sympathetic to kind of show like, hey, you know, this guy was, you know, he lost his friends. Like, why are you guys coming after him? He seems very cold, which I think his approach could kind of turn jurors off. I don't even know if any of them are looking at Melly as a potential victim at this point, but he's very like, yo, answer the question. Like, he don't give a fuck. You know what I mean?
For approximately an hour or 2, correct?
It was about an hour.
Okay. And he gave you the address where he lives, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that address was 18521 Southwest 44th Street, Silver Lakes?
Yes, sir. No, Sunset Lakes.
Sunset Lakes. But he gave you the home address.
Yes.
And he tells you also that Melly lives there, correct?
Yes.
He tells you Anthony Williams, one of the victims, lives there.
Yes.
He tells you Christopher Thomas, the other victim, lives there, correct?
Correct.
And he also tells you that Melly is a recording artist, correct?
Yes.
And we learned from the testimony that $16 million went into Jameson Francois' bank account.
Over a 30-month period, yes.
Okay. So, and he was the business manager of this 19-year-old young man.
Yes.
You learned later, correct?
Yes.
A rather successful, would you say, recording artist.
I really don't understand the music business, sir. I don't know how the money's made, how it comes in.
I'm not asking you that. Someone who earns $16 million in 30 months legally is pretty successful, wouldn't you say?
Well, I don't, like I said before, that we could never determine the amount of money, what was, because Mr. Francois had other clients, so we could never isolate what specifically is made by one artist over another.
Okay.
We just knew the money was there.
So, you knew that the two victims, the driver of the car that lied to you, and Nellie lived, and you had the address at the same house.
Yes.
You also learned about that time, and you mentioned it briefly, that a text message came out from a Crucial Almighty.
Yes.
And that text message was, we were just aiming at YNW. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And it had a picture of him with a target. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So it would be fair to say on October 26th of 18, Crucial Almighty, which his real name was David Hedgepath, was suspect number one based upon that.
It was a person of interest. It was something to look at.
When did you, since you knew this on October 26th of 2018, when did you decide to talk to the David Hedgepath, Crucial Almighty, who said he shot at this young man inside a Jeep? What date?
I first did a search warrant into his social media account where the comments came from, which then we were able to determine a better picture of Mr. Hedgepath was. So it was probably maybe 2 years later when we interviewed Mr. Hedgepath.
2 years later. That would be in 20?
Yes, sir.
A year after this young man surrenders to you, to the police?
I'm not sure the exact date, but
February of 19.
Yo, this lawyer sounds like he got an attitude, bro.
Would you agree it was 2 years after that?
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed him after the case was closed, correct? Because it was closed at the time of the arrest.
Yes,
of Mel, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why are you talking so hot?
Do you subpoena any records from him?
His work records.
And when do you subpoena those work records?
2 years later, after we interviewed him.
Okay. And I think you introduced him as. Did you speak to any of his co-employees to verify whether or not he was really working when the time clock indicated he was?
No, sir.
No. You also learned from Cortland Henry that they were having a problem with a guy named Benton.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to label him as suspect number 2. Who is Bentley?
You never could identify him.
So last name unknown.
Correct.
First.
You also learned that there was a problem at Walmart where they got jumped and I think a necklace or a bracelet was stolen.
A little pendant fell off one of them, yes.
Okay. Did you go to Walmart to investigate that?
No, sir.
I'm going to make him suspect number 3 so far. And I'm going to just label him Walmart with a question mark. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
So clearly this defense attorney is trying to bring up other possible people who were initially suspected of maybe doing it before the police ultimately pointed out Melly. And he's probably saying, y'all didn't do a proper investigation of them. Why did y'all charge my client? I guess, so what he's doing here is kind of standard. It's par for the course. What's going to be more difficult for him or the other attorney to prove is that, okay, cool. You know why they didn't interview these guys, right? Because ballistics and forensics came back to say that the shooting happened from within the car. And it happened from the place that only YNW Melly was sitting. So you got to show the whole world that it is doubtful that the shooting occurred from there. They try to play the game with the GPS. They're trying like, oh, well, you know, it could be a couple miles. He stood on it. He said, not a couple miles, a couple meters.
Did you bother to go and attempt to pull the surveillance of Walmart because they keep their tapes for a while?
Not a while, sir, but usually about 30 days.
Did you go to Walmart to attempt to see if it even didn't exist?
No, sir.
Now, you then, during October 26th, get the surveillance tape of the people coming out of the recording studio, correct?
On which date, sir?
The 26th.
Yes, sir.
You respond to the hospital in the morning.
Yes, sir.
By mid-afternoon, you get the surveillance tape, correct?
Yes, sir.
You identify, do you not, by the end of October 26th, all 8 people that left the recording studio?
I think we had more like the 27th, everyone was pretty much identified.
Okay. By October 27th, you identified Cortland Henry, correct?
Yes, sir.
Anthony Williams.
Yes, sir.
Christopher Thomas.
Yes, sir.
Trevon Glass.
Yes, sir.
Melly.
Yes, sir.
I'm missing 3.
Jacoby Mills.
Jacoby Mills.
Dontavius Withers.
Dontavius Withers. And Adrian Davis. All 8 people. have left the recording studio and 2 have passed away, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew where all 8 of them were living, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was at the 18720, whatever that address I read off before.
The Sunset Lakes 184 Southwest 44th Street.
You had that address, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you had observed the bloody scene of inside the Jeep, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Cortland Henry had lied to you.
Correct.
So you certainly, at that point, obtained a search warrant to look at that house to see if you could find any blood, any gun, or anything to tie up what happened in that car, correct?
There is no way we could have got a search warrant for that house because there was no nexus to the crime to the house. And I have to establish a nexus between the two or the judges will not sign the warrant.
Did you even try, sir, to get a search warrant and go in front of a judge and say, I got 8 people who left the studio. They all live in the same house. The driver of the vehicle we interviewed lied, and the inside of the Jeep is covered in blood, and we're looking for the gun or guns and the bloody clothes involved in this. Did you bother to do that, sir?
So like I said before, there was no connection between the house and the crime itself. Now,
The answer-
where we had blood, where we had evidence, where we had instruments of a crime, we did search warrants. Anytime we had a nexus between the two, we did a search warrant. We never had a nexus between the two. We even went to that house that day, knocked on the door, there was no one there.
You could have secured that house by officers standing in front of it and at least come to this jury and say, I went to a judge, explain to the judge, 8 people live in a house, 8 people left the studio, and a few hours later, 2 people ended up dead, and the driver of the vehicle lied to us about everything concerning the shooting. You could have done that, could you?
No, that's not how that works, sir.
Not how it works. Fair enough. Did you get a search warrant of the house in November at all?
You mean for which house, sir?
The house where Melly lived.
No, sir.
How about December?
They were already gone at that point.
You could have looked for blood, traces of blood, because we saw that you sprayed this agent on things and miraculously blood surfaces. You know that.
Yes, sir.
Did you do that?
No, sir.
This thing is saying a whole bunch of nothing, y'all.
You mentioned to the state that you spoke to an Adrian Davis and a Dontavius Withers, correct?
Yes, sir.
They were the 2 of the individuals that originally left the studio
Yes, sir.
and got into the red Mitsubishi.
Correct.
You learned from that. I haven't even asked a question.
Hey, watch himself.
skip past this part. There we go.
This jury,
Yes.
you do not get a search warrant for the Jeep.
Yes, sir.
And in fact, the Jeep is searched on October 26th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the purpose of that was to photograph it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Process it for fingerprints and DNA,
Correct.
and to collect all the physical evidence within inside the Jeep that could lead to who did this, correct?
Correct.
And that was done over several hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, it was done by at least 2 crime scene technicians.
Yes, sir.
Now, there was also the red Mitsubishi that was seen leaving the vehicle, leaving the area, correct?
Yes, sir.
With several people, correct?
Yes, sir.
That you ended up interviewing over the course of this investigation, correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you, in fact, search the red Mitsubishi at any time?
No, sir.
Did you, in fact, process the red Mitsubishi to get fingerprints to determine who was inside that vehicle?
No, sir.
Had you done that, you could have obtained DNA.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
If you did that, that could verify, would it not, whether or not Melly got inside that vehicle. Right?
Not necessarily.
But it could have.
Possibly, yes.
October 27th, I think we were done at. You interviewed, as you've indicated, Dontavius Withers again, correct?
Yes, sir.
At the end of October 27th,
My bad, chat. My bad. Big Ack in the building, man. Yo, I niggas stop trying to roast on Twitch, man. Get y'all ass to fuck off the screen. We about to put Rumble on the screen now. I ain't gonna hold you. Shout out to Rumble. Home base. Anyway, what I was saying, man, this thing ain't saying shit, man. This nigga saying a lot of shit about nothing. I ain't gonna say he as bad as the nigga that was in X case talking about, well, did y'all interview Drake about X's death? They were beefing. Like, bruh, what you talking about? This ain't got nothing to do with what's going on. Like, he's just throwing out random people. Why didn't you interview this guy? He's suspect 1, this guy's suspect 2. Pussy! Look at the other information. It said, why interview them niggas when them niggas never got in the car with the guy? The evidence points to the shot got fired in the car. We got footage of who got in the car. Pussy, you need to explain to us why Melly got into a car, and that car, from that position, it said they were shooting at the other niggas. Don't talk about these other guys. Talking about why we, like, This is wasting time hoping the jury's like, oh, maybe they didn't do a proper investigation. Brother, I'm telling you, they've showed enough evidence that people want to know, why did the bullets come from within? And if you ain't finna answer that, I don't think Melly's gonna be in a good case. Yo, this thing he's chatting a lot of shit right now. Let me go on to this. I wanted to let's take the case. We're gonna analyze this case of Lil Baby. Right, Lil Baby apparently can't sell no tickets. Everybody's like a little bit upset. We're gonna get back to finishing up on the Wind Up and Melly murder trial, but you know, once it starts dragging, we gotta switch topics real quick. And we are switching topics. We're gonna go to Blackie Speaks. All right, salute to Blackie Speaks, an upcoming creator, actually doing pretty good. 1.9 million subscribers. He did He did a video on Lil Baby tickets. Now, I've talked to many people that are very high up in the game who have given me a very good explanation and a very good understanding of what's going on. But I do want to see if, you know, again, whether it's Blackie Speaks or even you guys have like a kind of good concept of what's going on, especially with Lil Baby. So Lil Baby canceled a bunch of shows that was scheduled on his tour. People believe that's because he cannot sell tickets. Some people believe it because he's cold. Some people believe because his last album just wasn't as popular as it was, as the one before was. Let's listen to what Blackie Speaks has to say, all right?
Baby barely selling out his shows? That's crazy. I guess you could say that Lil Baby does in fact not have the capacity. No, Lil Bebe, as some people call him. We haven't spoken about this man.
It's Le Bebe.
In like 2 years, so it's most definitely been a while. Apart from getting sandwiched by two men at that all-white party. That actually happened, by the way. Lil Baby literally got sandwiched by
double stuffed reverse Oreo
by two grown men at an all-white party.
Yo, if you look close at this picture, Michael Rubin is pinching his nipple. Yeah, that's how Atlanta give it up.
Crazy. Yesterday, something happened in relation to Lil Baby. Like the title says, he's barely selling tickets, which is crazy. And I'll be honest, I didn't think this day would come that quick. So yesterday, what ended up happening is Lil Baby ended up canceling over 7 shows for his upcoming tour. No announcement about this was made, but when you go on Ticketmaster, what appears is a little message that says canceled. Now this happened on 7 different shows, and all those shows that got canceled were in cities where Lil Baby should be able to pull an audience. So here's a list of all the cities he canceled. First, we have Pittsburgh, which is in Pennsylvania. And then we have Indianapolis, which is in Indiana. And then he canceled in Louisville, Kentucky, of all places. That's crazy. And then we have Phoenix, Arizona. AZ? No way. That's crazy. Next on the list, we have Sacramento, which is in Cali. And I think this might be the craziest one of them all. It don't matter if you're in San Diego. It don't matter if you're in Los Angeles, or in this case, Sacramento. A rapper of Lil Baby's stature canceling in a state like Cali, I think that's kind of crazy. And then we have Salt Lake City, Utah, and last but not least we have Denver, Colorado. That's a crazy one too.
Let me pause this. I vehemently disagree with Blackie Speaks. Not too sure where Blackie Speaks is from. Is Blackie Speaks from the US or is he like from overseas? None of these are surprising. Every market that Blackie Speaks mentioned is a non-essential secondary market for Lil Baby. Let me explain Lil Baby's appeal. And it's kind of like Dirk. When these artists put up a show, they're gonna sell out LA. They're gonna sell out New York. They're gonna sell out Philadelphia. These guys make music that are hood music, connecting with people in inner cities. Indianapolis is not the prime demographic. However, there's places close to it that their prime demographic is at. What happens is they're putting too many shows. Not only putting too many shows, we're going to get to the price point of these shows. So when you hear about Sacramento, do you think that niggas is just, in Sacramento just bumping Lil Baby like that? Granted, California's a huge state, but no, motherfucker, no. So all these places, if these are the, let me look. Of course he's supposed to sell out if it's LA. He's supposed to sell out LA, right? Let me go back to what dates.
Indianapolis, which is in Indiana.
Indianapolis, I can understand.
And then
by the way, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is like, look, it's the PPG Paints Arena. Let's look. PPG Paints Arena capacity. This is 20,000 people. I don't know if you guys have been to Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh, like, there's little pockets of niggas. There ain't, like, 30,000 niggas trying to see you unless you Drake. Let's be honest. That's just Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania is two different things. Lil Baby, concerts a go at the Wells Fargo. That's 20,000 people. Pittsburgh, Memphis, Tennessee, hood niggas, it's litty. Louisville, even though we should assume he should be able to sell it out, that is the Midwest. Kentucky, you're going to get a little dicey. Most of these places are more favorable to white artists. KFC Yum Center, I guarantee that Jack Harlow could sell this out. But a hood rapper from Atlanta, even though I know you would probably argue that he's transcended that hood rapper from Atlanta thing. Let's keep it going. What else got canceled? Phoenix, Arizona. I'm a little surprised by that. Phoenix, Arizona. Where else is he performing anywhere else in Arizona? If this is the only place in Arizona, which is Phoenix, like he should be able to sell this out. This is a little shocking. Crypto Arena, right? He's doing Staples Center. He could do that, right? Oakland, hood niggas could do that. Sacramento, not as much. A lot of people who are in between, who are probably going to travel 2 to 4 hours to go see the concert, they're probably going to the Oakland concert. People from Oakland ain't going to Sacramento, which I think it's like 4 or 5 hours away. Or fuck that. If they were going to go to the Sacramento show, they're going to the Seattle show, which is a different state. Right? It just kind of shows, there's a few things, and I'm going to get to it. But Salt Lake City, if you cancel Salt Lake, I imagine you're canceling Denver. And here's the thing. I don't believe that he can't do a venue in Salt Lake nor Denver. I just think an arena, which, look, Ball Arena in Denver, it's probably just too ambitious.
Next on the list, we have
Ball Arena, Denver capacity is 21,000. It's too ambitious. He should be doing like an amphitheater there, 10 to 12,000 people. What happens when these artists like book tours, they get with Live Nation, right? Live Nation will say, hey, check this out. We're booking all arenas everywhere. Now, that's cool for, say, J. Cole, who could sell out an arena everywhere. For somebody like Baby, you got to be able to like, yo, New York, give him an arena. Philly, give him an arena. Boston, still give him an arena. Right? You do arenas for those. You get to those like southern areas. Well, he's a southern artist, so he's going to be good. So you're in the nose for Baby. Because he's from Atlanta, he's good with the South. But when it comes to the Midwest, Kentucky, and when it comes to the West Coast, for example, like, yeah, I believe maybe in Vegas, I don't know if he's doing something in Vegas or Nevada. But when it comes to Denver, Salt Lake City, which is in Utah, and obviously upper northwest, which we're going to be like Sacramento and Seattle, Sacramento and Seattle, I think it's still going on. You're going to see cancellations there. Now, from what I'm hearing, a lot of people hit me up. They want me to just like take my flowers and be like, yo, remember you said that his last album wasn't that popping? Look what's happening now. Yo, when people tour, sometimes it's not necessarily off their last album or what song is hot now. It's usually off when's the last time they tour. So when somebody's buying a ticket, like for example, I want to go to this Drake concert. Drake's coming to New York this week. Drake hasn't performed in New York in 5-6 years. Now, am I going there? And by the way, if you look at like, his set list probably has like 5 songs from his new album. He, like when people are creating tours, they have to think about like a circuit. When's the last time Drake's been in New York City headlining? That's what matters. So it's not necessarily that Lil Baby's last album wasn't as lit as the joint before. It's about when's the last time he toured. Now, when is the last time he toured? He toured successfully with Dirk. Remember, a lot of people said that he should cancel the tour with Dirk, including me. And we found out he was still able and successful to do it. What I'm hearing here is two things. Number one, they expanded the venues and regions that he hasn't worked yet. So there isn't like this loyalty of 20,000 people that want to come see him in those regions. Number two, Lil Baby is in a transition space where he wants to charge premium prices. Let me explain the prices situation right now, right? First of all, we're now in what some may feel, I'm not sure if it's classified technically, as a recession. PPP loans are done. Now, that was a little bit offset by the fact that once people got out of quarantine, people wanted to go out. Like, people wanted to hit the malls again, hit concerts again, go to basketball games, baseball games, football games. That pretty much ended around this year. So, pandemic ended like last year, around, or like end of last year, around this year. Now people are trying to balance their checkbook with their need to go out. There's more concerts than ever before now. Every festival is coming out now. More festivals are coming out now. More options to see these guys are coming out. You have some people who are going to say, why would I pay premium price for Lil Baby when Lil Baby is going to be on a bill for Powerhouse or, I don't know, some other show with 8 other people, and I could see him for a fraction of the price. So let me tell you what premium pricing is now. I went to Rod Wave's show. Salute to Rod Wave. He invited me. By the way, he sold out the Barclays like 2 nights in a row. He did, it was 13 or 14,000 people. Now, selling out a concert just isn't about can you pull those amount of people. These people are really popular. They have millions of fans. It's usually about what will people pay to see you. So, for example, the Rod Wave concert, he knows his crowd. His crowd is still like in the trenches. They listen to him because he identifies with them. On the high end, you would catch a ticket for a Rod Wave concert, and I think his tour is done. You're going to catch it around $150, okay? Which means if you got $50, $60, you're at the Rod Wave concert. Granted, you got to pay for maybe a babysitter. You got to pay for motherfucking, I don't know. You got to pay for Uber. You got to pay for parking pass if you're driving. You're going to cop some food. You're going to cop a drink. The drink's going to be wild expensive. But it is what it is, right? Around $40 to $150. It goes up a little higher, but let's just keep it there. Lil Baby is doing what Drake is doing a little bit, except not really. Like, Drake is charging about 3 times more than Lil Baby, 3 or 2 times. But Lil Baby's fans don't have the checkbook, or there isn't the demand to kind of scour out the broke niggas. For example, Drake, when he's on tour now, he ain't trying to get everybody to come to his shows. He wants to get the people who could afford to come to the shows. That's why if you want to be on the ground within the first 20 seats of him, you're paying $1,000. That's what Drake's audience and his touring is at. Lil Baby, and let's go to Ticketmaster. Let's figure this out, right? Ticketmaster.com. So if you go to Ticketmaster.com, we're going to search up a Lil Baby concert. Let's see if we can find it, see what's going on. We're going to cop a ticket. All right, chat? Let's figure it out. Most of these things are happening. By the way, tours are up 400% compared to last year, which means the average consumer, a Lil Baby fan is also a Gunna fan, who's also a Young Thug fan, who's also a Drake fan, who's also a Moneybagg Yo fan, who's also maybe a City Girls fan. They want to go see everybody, right? So you're not just talking about, these people have just like complete control over a fan base. Let me see. Okay, cool. Let's look up Lil Baby. Lil Baby. Let's go. We're going to Lil Baby. Okay, bet. Lil Baby's performing at Madison Square Garden August 30th. Let's see how this shit's going to be popping, all right? Now, it says they're not fully on sale yet, but let's see if we can click into something that could give us like a little, okay, it won't. All right. I guess I got to be in like the little pre-sold crowd. They try to act all exclusive. It's all good. Lil Baby, let's type it in. Let's see Boston Garden. This is in, or TD Garden. I think this is in Boston, right? Great, perfect. So let's see how much he's selling tickets for. Now, granted, I'm gonna be honest with you, these are fine. It says $70, but these are balcony row 12. So you back here for like $60. So you could go to a little baby concert for about $60. But let's say if you wanted like a decent seat, a floor seat. What's a floor seat given for? A floor seat's given for $219. I don't think that's that bad, honestly. Now, granted, I guess, I'm not in the financial situation of some people, but $219, I don't think that's that bad. Now, apparently, this is just what's happening. A lot of people are complaining. Well, not complaining. Where's my phone? What the fuck? That's not my phone. All right. So what's happening is that, people, since everybody's back to work, PPP loans have dried up. What's happening now is that there's a natural squeeze. People have to figure out with their disposable income, how could they make it stretch? What's going to happen? They're going to go more towards festivals. You're going to see the rates of some of these guys. Everybody for a second was saying the dumbest shit. Yo, I charge $800,000 for a show. Everybody prices are going down. If it's not going down, you're not getting booked because the recession is hitting the audience. The audience wants to go see Lil Baby for $150 and have a really good time and almost think they're VIP. You get what I mean? Otherwise, here's the thing. I'm going to tell you what they're going to do. They're going to wait till Rolling Loud. Let's go to Rolling Loud. Let's click on Rolling Loud Miami, right? Think about this, right? This is happening in real time, people. Rolling Loud, they could see Cardi headlining, Trippie, Ray Shremmerd, Ski Mask, Key Glock, Ice Spice, all of this stuff, blah, 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 blah. They're here. The next day, on Saturday, see Travis Scott, Lil Durk, Yachty, City Girls, Nav, all this stuff. The next day, they see Rocky. Why does Rocky always headline? Yo, I got to ask. Yo, I'm going to interview the guy who runs Rolling Loud. Why is Rocky don't even put out music? Don't tell me because he's fucking Rihanna. He's always the headline. Like, what the fuck? Bro, he's not like he's going to perform a song from 20 years ago. What the fuck is going on? Don Toliver, Bryson Tiller, Offset, Turnstile, Polo G, Lil TJ. All right. Sunday's weak. This is weak as fuck. I ain't going to lie to you. Okay, but they say Saturday special guest is 21 Savage. So 21 Savage is going to come out on Saturday. Kodak Black is coming out on Friday. And Sunday, so really, the real headliner, if the special guest, is Uzi. Yeah, nobody wants to see them. A$AP Rocky or Uzi. Who you going to see? Uzi, exactly. All right, and then we have also Anuel, right? Anuel and El Alfa. Okay, perfect. Now, granted, let's look at this and let's look at get tickets, right? Bang. 3-day general ticket pass. They're probably taxing for this shit, though, ain't they? Look. To get a ground fucking seat at a Lil Baby concert is 200 and what? Let me see. 219. Yo, to see 50 artists. Uzi, everybody most of these things are more lit than Baby. It's $329. Oh, right. It's $329. By the way, the fee is crazy. What the fuck? Do you get what I mean? So this is where festivals are going to start popping again. But what's going to happen is that artists are going to have to downgrade the amount that they want to make from a show. You know why Baby's charging $219? Because Baby right now for this tour, what was negotiated and settled on is that for every show he does, right, he's probably going to be pulling, let me see, I'm making this up. I could really get into the math, but I just want to do it off the top of my head. He wants to get like $600K a show. Right? You want to get $600,000 a show. And for him to get $600,000 a show, put on a good show, pay for production, pay for the venue, pay for this, pay for that, blah, blah, blah. The pricing of the tickets has to be as accorded, right? And it's him and there's a few other people on the show, right? Who else is on the show? Yeah, he's bringing Glorilla. But other than Glorilla and Rollo, is like, brother, we don't really know anybody else. So you're charging 2/3 the price of Rolling Loud and it's just you and Glorilla and Rilo, while Rolling Loud is basically saying, here's the whole fucking shebang. Like, nigga, you could see Cardi, Travis, Dirk, Yachty, City Girls, Trippy, Ray Shremmer, Slump God. Like, come on, like, this is like fucking pretty self-explanatory, right? You're gonna get Kodak 21 Uzi popping out. So that's kind of what's happening. Everybody's doing these concerts. Like, for example, and we think about like all these things. So Rolling Loud is happening on the 21st, which is this weekend. You know what's happening simultaneously in New York? Drake and 21 is in New York. So I guess 21 is lead. Oh, actually, they don't perform on Saturday. So 21 and Drake are in New York for the whole week. They're performing tonight in New York, tomorrow, Tuesday, Wednesday. I think they skip Thursday, Friday, and then they skip Saturday. 21 goes to he goes to Rolling Loud, performs on Saturday there, then he goes back on tour with Drake. But I only bring this up to show Rolling Loud just seems like the better fucking experience, right? So, and also I bring that up to show that people have options. There was a time during the pandemic that only Rolling Loud were booking these events. Now you could pick a Drake tour or Rolling Loud. You could pick a Baby tour or Rolling Loud. So people don't have unlimited disposable income. Let's say people have like about $500 a month. They could just like, they want to go to concerts this and third. Bro, they can't go to all of these. They got to pick one. So we're kind of realizing that people want more bang for their buck. And let me see if I can bring this up. I don't want to steal my homie's idea. But he had a really good fucking point. He had a really good fucking point. Okay, here we go. Okay, is this? Yeah. He had a really good point. Okay, hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. Salute to my boy Meezy who brought up this point. Meezy's 21 Savage's manager. Like, I've had him on the podcast a bunch. Very knowledgeable motherfucker when it comes to the game. He mentioned this, and I think it's worth really analyzing. He says, yo, people says a lot. Someone said, well, this is Uzi's, I won't call him manager necessarily, but he's kind of like Uzi's day-to-day manager, Lake Sheezy. Salute to Lake Sheezy. That's my guy. He says a lot of tour canceling. So these are industry people talking to each other. This ain't random fans. A lot of tours are canceling a lot. Why do you think that is? Now, they know what it is because they're all in the game, right? Meezy, who manages 21 Savage, says fans don't have money like they did pre-pandemic. We are going into a recession. People have to pick and choose what they want to purchase in all aspects. That's number one. Then he continues. Number two, it's not only yours. It's not only yours canceling. It's only yours canceling. It's a lot of festivals that's not selling well and won't be returned as well. A lot of performances fees are about to go down, and it's only going to be a few festivals to choose from for the next few years with the losses that have been taken thus far. I agree wholeheartedly with what he's saying. I do believe that, there's been a lot of losses incurred. There's more options now, and artists are feeling like they should be getting compensated whatever amount. And the math ain't just mathing. People don't have enough disposable income to be paying these exorbitant fees, especially if they're not getting a bang for their buck. Like, sorry. Okay, cool. What's my guy's name? Baby. We paid for you and Dirk, but you're going out with Glorilla and Rilo. We like Rilo. We like Glorilla. But, bro, remember the tour you went out with Dirk wasn't as stellar. Now, here's the thing. And when I mean stellar, like, they didn't cancel the tour. They did it. But a lot of people thought it should have been canceled. Second of all, when you look at everybody who are doing all these tours and you look at, for example, like Moneybagg Yo announced a tour, right? these tour deals were signed before what's happening now. So everybody signed tour deals when there was a demand for tours to happen in the pandemic, right? Like August 3rd, Amway Center. Let's see how many people that hold. Amway Center capacity. Look, it says 18,000 for NBA and 17,000 for center stage concert. Is Moneybagg Yo selling out 18,000 or 17,000 people? You guys answer that question to me, right? Oh shit, my phone just fell. You guys answer that question to me. Now he's on tour with a few people. Moneybagg Yo tour. Let's see who he's on tour with. All right, come on. I think now it's just tour. Yeah, he's bringing Sexy Red. Lil Tyler, Finesse 2 times. Now, let me ask you a question. Well, actually, let's go to Ticketmasters, because before we can say if the tour is going to be successful, how cheap are the tickets? Moneybagg Yo. So let's look at Moneybagg. Oh, it was already popped up. So we got Moneybagg Yo here. Let's look at that Amway show, right? Which is okay, right? This is it right here. Cool? All right, bet. So we're looking at the Amway show. Let's hit continue. And I don't know if it's saying that. Hold on. Give me a second. We're going to figure this out. Okay, this is interesting. You know how this is interesting, chat? Look at this. We can tell already. Remember, it could hold 17,000. Look, I'm trying to select here. It says no seats available. That's not people who bought these seats around the perimeter. These seats are not available at all. So really, he's doing the arena, but it's probably here around this little perimeter. So these seats in the nosebleeds are not going to be sold, right? You can see it when you scroll in. You can see it more when you scroll in, right? Because if you scroll in over here and try to select these seats, it's going to tell you literally they're not available, period. As opposed to like seats that are, well, I can find some that are like probably taken. Yeah, like this is taken, right? This is a sold seat, right? This is a sold seat. These seats not available. Are they? Hold on. It don't look like it. I'm clicking on it. Don't look like it, right? Yeah, it shows a row. Doesn't show anything. Like, as opposed to this, I think I get a price on a resale. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Why is it like this? I don't know. Anyway. Yeah, usually you see the most premium seats get sold a little bit quicker. I don't think none of these seats back here are available, period. So if I know this arena could hold 17,000, they're probably selling it as 12,000. You get what I mean? So remove all this shit around it. Remove everything around here. 12,000. Now keep in mind, if you look at this tour, like respectfully speaking, this shit is pretty open. This is August 3rd. This is 2 weeks away. This is very available. The majority of these seats are not sold out. Right? Now, a lot of people in the ticket selling business, they usually say, especially for concerts, they would like to have 60 to 70%, probably more close to 70% sold out. And then they usually believe in the days to come and what they call walk-up traffic. Because, you know, people are dick riders. Once they realize, oh, everybody going there, they'll buy tickets then. So usually it does get sold out at the end of the day. But currently, look at this Moneybagg Yo concert. This is not sold out. You know what I mean? Like, everything in blue is available. The whole shit look like it's in blue to me. Obviously, these tickets these things back here won't be sold. It's behind the stage. These won't be sold because it's behind the stage. And I just particularly don't think that out here would be sold either. Okay? So we're looking at these guys' tours. Is it really selling at all? Okay, so that right now is Moneybagg Yo, right? By the way, Moneybagg Yo, if you see this, I'm not picking on you. I love you. I'm gonna show other examples. I'm just using you as one. State Farm Arena. This is the 4th. Let's see. This is Atlanta now, right? State Farm is Atlanta. He should be selling out crazy in Atlanta. Let's zoom in. We're seeing a lot of blue. We're seeing a lot of blue. I'm not going to lie, though. This is a little bit better than last time because the floor seats are mostly sold out. What's the yellow ones? Let me see what the yellow ones are. The ones with the star. Oh, these have like merchandise packages and stuff. Oh, okay. All right. Now, let me see something. Okay, so to be on the floor, I just selected that seat. You see? I selected this seat right here. I selected this. The price of this seat is going for $150. So even cheaper than, obviously, Lil Baby's concert, right? So even cheaper than Lil Baby's concert, but you get a little floor seat, right? Let me see if we want to get, again, I don't think they're selling tickets for the nosebleeds here. You know what I mean? So whatever his capacity is, I don't think they're doing that capacity. Sorry, I can't see it. I don't think they're doing that capacity because I don't think they're selling tickets to here. So the capacity for this thing is like, let's look. State Farm Arena capacity. Sorry, Chad. I know I'm getting a lot of technical on y'all. I know I'll be like, yo, boring. Sorry. I'll try to, make this shit make some sense for y'all. State Farm Arena capacity. Let's see what it's given. So say about 17,000. I'm gonna think that it's gonna be about 11,000 people in there. So it's gonna be probably like 11,000 that they're gonna have to sell out, or 10,000. And by the way, I do think they're gonna sell this out. I definitely do think they're gonna sell this out. How are they gonna sell all this out before the 4th? Right? Remember, it's next week is the 24th. Yeah, a week from now is the 24th, and a week from then is when the show is. So it's 2 weeks away. They're gonna run some ads, run giveaways and shit like that on Atlanta's like radio stations. They're gonna get their ground team activated, and I think this is gonna be sold out. I think this is be sold out, or if not sold out, very close to it. I think they're gonna have 10,000 people in the building at least, 100%, if you ask me. All right, so that's that. Give me some other people who are having tours. Who else is having tours? Did Cardi start selling tickets yet? Did Playboy Cardi start selling tickets? Probably not, right? Let me see. Playboy Cardi. But wait, actually, let me look at Drake first. Because Drake is in New York now, right? They got here today. Let me see. So, as I said, Drake's performing tonight in Brooklyn, Barclays. Let's see if there's tickets still available. Barely. It's a couple, though. It's a couple. And by the way, like, within the next few hours, I see all these getting snatched up. All these are going to get snatched up, right? So this is night 1 of Drake's tour. There's still a few floor seats that look like, right? Oh, it's just standing room. Okay, they got a little bit more for standing room. But yeah, it's pretty much all sold out. It's a couple over here, but I'm pretty sure that they'll all get handled, right? Let's look at tomorrow, which is also at the Barclays. Let's see if there's more available then. Keep in mind, today's a Monday. Mondays, people are back to work. It was not the best time to have a concert. Yeah, tomorrow looks good too. Pretty much not much really available. Yeah, Drake is selling them tickets. I know y'all want to hear sold out, but like, it's shit. It ain't Taylor Swift. Like Taylor Swift. You ever look at Taylor Swift shit? That shit, I don't even know if she has it anymore. I click on Taylor Swift, man. Taylor Swift's a fucking monster. Look. Oh, July 22nd. Seattle, Washington. This is Taylor Swift right here. Let's see if we can get some tickets to Taylor Swift right now. God damn, not a fucking thing available. They basically said, look, sorry, tickets are not available online. They basically said we sold this shit 242 days ago. This is why when y'all niggas be talking about Taylor Swift is just way beyond anybody, my nigga. This is a fucking stadium, okay? Like, we do have to point this out. She's doing stadiums, okay? Let's see if SoFi. Remember we looked at Moneybag Yo for August 3rd? Let's see a stadium, not 20,000. We're talking about 50,000. Let's see if we can cop some tickets for Taylor Swift at SoFi. The whole thing says tickets ain't available, bro. Now, you know what that means? It's only available on the secondary market. That's it. That's it. It's only available on the secondary market. You got to go to StubHub or some shit. All right, let's get back to Drake. This is why if you ask me, Drake painting his fingernails. Drake's like, yo, this bitch selling out this shit like a year ago. Okay. I'm going to be at one of these shows. Drake here for a week. I'm happy. Where the fuck? I dropped my phone in. Oh. Okay. I bet. Yeah, pretty much all these are like damn near sold out. Yeah. You have a few people trying to resell. Yeah, this shit's like sold out. Yeah, I sold out the Garden. Yeah. Niggas sold out everything, man. Yeah, so Drake tour is like, you can imagine. And by the way, you know how Drake giving it up. $400. If you want to get down here, let's see if we can find a ticket down here. These are probably resales at this point. Look, a resale for like a fucking front row. This is not standing room area. I think it's not even the floor. They're reselling Drake tickets. Look, this is not even a floor. The resale is $2,400. So Drake tour is gonna do fine. Don't worry about Drake tour. They're reselling. This is not the floor seats, my nigga. This is right before you get to the floor. $2,500 fucking dollars if you want to lay your eyes on Aubrey Graham. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, chat. Remember all them tickets I bought? I sold them too. Nigga, I spent all that bread. I said, yo, I'm selling all these fucking tickets. Y'all niggas is tweaking. I sold them shits, nigga. Nigga, it's too lucrative not to sell them. Nigga, if you caught him, right, and you bought him, now niggas is so thirsty to see Drake. Nigga, you're selling it for like 5 times the price. Nigga, I sold them shits. Here's the funny thing, though. I'm calling Savage tonight. I'm gonna get my tickets. I can't double back and hit Drake and be like, yo, Drake, yo, I sold him shits. I'm gonna seem fake, right? I'm gonna seem dumb fake, right? If I told Drake, like, yo, Drake, I ain't gonna cap, I sold the tickets and I made a profit low key, like, he might be like, yo, where's shoot? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want him to stop me like Pusha T. So I'm hitting Savage. I'm gonna walk out with Savage with one of these, you know what I mean? Hyping him up. Yeah, nigga. Yeah, nigga. Somebody said I'm not going? I'm definitely going, nigga. I'm going Savage, though. You see, me and Savage are like friends, so I don't mind asking Savage for some shit. I don't know Drake like that, and I critique him, and he's my favorite. I can't ask Drake for shit too much. Savage, I'll call his phone and be like, yo, Savage, yo, nigga, give me them tickets. Like, I talk to him like a friend. Like, he could call me and talk to me the same way. Yo, act, do this. Yo, I need you to do this. That's my boy. Let's go. All right. Now, I'm not painting no nails. Imagine Drake be like, I'll give you tickets if you paint your nails hot pink. Like, what a bum. All right, let's check card. Let's check card right now. Come on. We in this shit. I like doing this shit. I don't know why I like doing it. I like checking tours and shit. Ooh. All right, okay. Wait, are they on tickets yet? All right, bad. We got Playboy Cardi. Oh shit! Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, so the Hard Rock. Oh no. Oh, this is Rolling Loud. This is his first tour. This is the first date of the tour. Ball Arena. I think we looked it up. It's like 20,000 people. Is Cardi selling out 20,000 people? I ain't gonna lie. This look. Oh, niggas is copping. Nah, niggas is copping. No, this is. Hey, chat. Like people just picking seats. Like you could tell. Like they're picking seats. This is gonna be a sold out. Easy. You know what's so crazy? Cardi's like the only fucking artist I see that sells out a concert. No huge single on the radio. Now, I know y'all gonna be like, and I'm not being hypocritical at all. Yeah, not all the tickets, obviously. Like, he just announced it like last week. But put like this. First of all, you can see they're using the whole arena, so they're using even the nosebleeds. People are just picking little clumps. Like, hey, we want this row. We want here. The closer we get to it, this shit's gonna remind me. This is September 6th. By the way, there's a month and a half for them to sell these tickets, right? I think this whole show is pretty much gonna be sold out. Beginning of August. I think this shit's gonna be sold out. And I could see like his fans is getting active. They buying tickets all over. This shit look way better than the Money Bag Yo shit. I'm gonna keep it a bean. All right, let's look at and let's look at another city. Okay, so that's Denver. I don't want to look at. Damn, remember they canceled Salt Lake City for Lil Baby? No way they copping tickets for Playboy Cardi in Salt Lake, but they're not copping it for Baby. Let's see how it's rocking over here. Okay, we're seeing the same thing. It looks spotty. It looked like, all right, hit or miss. And what that means is people are just picking their seats, but it's definitely being bought. Okay. Not fucking bad, yo. Why do y'all think that Cardi's able to, like, kind of sell these venues out? Or at least, like, put on a fucking arena tour? By the way, you know Uzi's going on tour in November. I can't wait to see what his tour lineup looks like. Because if Cardi's doing an arena tour, don't Uzi got to do an arena tour? That's what I was thinking, right? All right, cool. Let me see. When is he coming to New York? I'm at a New York show, for real. I'm definitely going to be at a New York show. Me and Cardi, we going to be vamping, bro. I'm going to tell Cardi, I'm like, Cardi, I'll paint the face, pause, extra pause. Oh, yeah, his New York tour is selling the fuck out. Look, there's barely any seats here. Right now, if you want to go cop his New York tour shit, you got to catch it in the nosebleeds, gang. Damn. Oh, Cardi's people are moving. They're active, and it's like October is a while away. Holy shit. Well, he is from New York, so I get, yeah, they should fuck with him in New York a lot. Let's see Philly. How's them little demons and goons in Philly fucking with Cardi? Are they fucking with him? Are they fucking with him a bit? Again, when you look at this with all the blue, you just gotta kind of look. If it's straight blue, ain't nobody bought. If you see blue, no blue, yeah, it means people are just buying their tickets. You got to give it a chance to see how well it will do. Okay. Did Dirk tour dates go on sale yet? Little Dirk, let's see what's up. Yo, everybody announced a tour. That's the fucked up thing. I think that's another thing that's fucking everybody up. Like this right now, if Dirk, Baby, Moneybag Yo, Glorilla, and Ice Spice went on a tour, it's getting sold out every place. But here's the thing, they all got to take a cut and paycheck. Because you're still not going to be able to charge a wild amount of money. So everybody's just going on their own little tours or whatever. Well, yeah, this is not an arena. This is not an arena tour. No, it's not. He's doing an arena in Chicago, which he's doing 2 nights in a row. He definitely could sell out Chicago. Oh shit, he's in Jersey, Prudential Center. The 8th. Oh, I'm going to that. Yo, Smirk, I'm in there with you. I'm in there with you. Yeah. See, this is a little bit different than Yeah, these tickets ain't really sell yet. Sorry for the drop tour. Who's on his tour? Isn't he bringing Kodak with him? I think he's bringing Kodak with him or some shit. More info. He's bringing Yak, NLE Chopper, and Didi Osama. Him and Yak gonna have to sell all these tickets. Okay. I wonder why he's doing an arena in Jersey. I don't see him doing an arena. Oh, he's doing the Barclays. Let's see the Barclays. Okay, that's Brooklyn. Brooklyn! By the way, his tickets, as I said, it's more like Rod Wave prices. You could get them for $43 on the cheap end. And I guarantee, like, if we get, like, some really expensive, like, let's get the floor seats type shit. Feel me? Oh, is it just a general floor area? Oh, it's just a general floor area. Okay, so a premium ticket is $270. So his shit is, that's for 2 tickets. Oh, no. Yeah, no. Well, yeah, no standing room. Let's look here. It's between Rod Wave and Lil Baby, if you ask me. Between Rod Wave and Lil Baby. This would be $213. Okay, it's not that cheap. It's not that cheap. But his prices are between like Rod Wave and Lil Baby. Okay. Hopefully he sell out. I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be in that bitch. I'm gonna see if I can run on stage and be like, yo, let me perform Vaughn's part. You think you'll let me do it? I gotta drop on, like, come on, like, I gotta drop on a flexing nigga. Yeah, I think he'll let me do it. All right, cool. Who else? Cardi's charging $400 for floor tickets. Imagine paying $400 and you're gonna come home with black eyes, bruises, all type of shit. Cardi's different. I'm gonna get some tickets from Cardi, but I'm gonna tell him, y'all, nigga, I need to be in a nice plush box. I don't want to be nowhere near the hooligans. All right. Yeah, he's doing it's kind of an arena tour. I think that Dirt structures his better though. He structured his better because he's doing these arenas, but it's not arenas everywhere. Like, he's making sure the areas are good, like certain places. Like, look, Ohio, Cuyahoga Falls. Like, who knows where the fuck that is? He's not doing, like, or maybe, is this like, don't tell me this is a big ass arena now. Capacity? Oh, hell no. 2,300. What's the largest crowd there? What the fuck? Oh, it's like one of them amphitheaters where you have. Oh, okay. So this is how it looks. Yeah, it could hold up to 20,000, but it's not gonna look empty if it don't got 20,000. You fill underneath the tent and then outside here. So if he does like 10, 15,000 there, he's good. Shit, I think 10,000 should be good in Columbus. What the fuck? Who the fuck is in Columbus, Ohio? Or not Columbus, Cuyahoga Falls. Who the hell? And then look, in Clarkston, was this Mississippi? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, nigga, I would imagine Dirk to get over 20,000 people here. Let me look at capacity. Capacity type shit. 15,000? But it's another one of those pavilion type shit. Look, see? It's one of these joints right here. Yeah, I think you'll pull like 10,000 people here. Hopefully like 10,000. 10,000 would be fine. Right? Like, you don't got to sell these shits out. Now, he's definitely selling out Chicago. Chicago is definitely getting sold out both nights. Right? Barclays, I think he's going to sell out too. I know he put a lot of work in Philly. I like Dirk's tour. I honestly, though, and maybe it's because, like, here's the thing. While we know Kodak is a huge artist, Kodak hasn't been a huge touring artist. So what happens with these tours is that Dirk just came off an arena tour. So it's kind of like, yo, like, I'll give you an example. When I go to buy cars and, like, I go to Audi, now, usually I just buy everything cash, but sometimes and I have leased cars before. The way how they do it is they're like, yo, well, you've leased this car before. You're approved to lease this other car that's a better car. And they're just going off based on you leased a car before that's of a certain level, so they give you the upgrade. I think they're looking at this and they're saying, Lil Durk, he has a touring history of completing a arena tour. We'll give him an arena tour again. Because if you ask me, Durk and Kodak, I don't think Durk is like here and Kodak's here. I think I would, if I'm paying $100, I'd pay the same $100 I pay for Kodak or for Durk as I would pay for Kodak. And maybe that's just me being a Kodak fan, but I think Kodak's a draw as well. But they don't look at it like that. That's why this tour, I believe, is not a co-headliner tour. They have it as Durk and Friends, and part of the Friends is Kodak. But I think Kodak is damn near a co-headliner, if you ask me. I think niggas will come out to see Kodak, unless I'm tripping. But, you know, Live Nation or whatever who's throwing this, they're probably going off like, okay, when's the last time Kodak's toured? How many numbers did he pull out? It's always that type of shit. Don Snap says, yo, he going for Yak. Yeah, that's how it go. So when I say click United Center, okay, you want to see, has he sold out United Center yet? I mean, remember, when did he announce this too? Like, when did he announce this? Oh, shit. Nah, this shit sold out. Yeah, United Center is pretty much all sold out. Look. So this is his first Chicago show, which is Chicago. I'm glad y'all are showing off my boy, because he literally said he's a Chicago Jay-Z, and it will be very embarrassing to the Chicago Jay-Z. By the way, all these are like resale tickets if you see like in gray. If Chicago Jay-Z can't sell out his hometown, the only tickets available are these handicap ones. Oh, these are handicap ones. They have a bunch of handicap tickets here, or handicap accessible tickets here, which they might leave them for a certain time until they release him, because they want to keep him for actual handicap people, unless there is none. Okay, so he pretty much sold out. This is the first night at United Center. He's supposed to sell out. Yo, do y'all? I think that I think Keith could do this too. I think Keith could sell out the United Center. Like most people, especially street rappers, they could sell out their show in their city. For example, Baby does it obviously in Atlanta. Future does it in Atlanta. 21 does it in Atlanta. Meek does it in Philly. Boogie did it recently at, was it the Garden or the Barclays? Clearly Durk is doing it in Chicago. I think Keith could do it in Chicago too. Let's see about the second night. This is gonna be the second night right here. So this is the first night. The second night is right here. Holy, this is good. So I mean, he doing 20,000 already. So this is the second. All right, okay. The second night they working on, but now this is gonna be a sellout too. You could tell it's gonna be a sellout too, bro. Like nigga gonna have the city on fucking tilt. This is gonna be a sellout. 100%. This is gonna be a sellout, guaranteed. The whole wave in the city gonna be yo or yo. Oh. By the way, why does it say WCGI Summer Jam though? Or maybe the Saturday one is gonna be the Summer Jam. Wait. Oh, the first one is just his. Oh, the first one is his tour. The second one, so the next night they go back there, but it's for WCGI Summer Jam. Oh, so the second one ain't really his, even though they're all performing on that bill. Yeah, so his is sold out. His is sold out. Okay, I see you, Durk. I see you, Smirky, yo. I heard he was in the hospital recently with some, heart issues. I wish him the best. I'm going to text him when I can and be like, make sure he's good. Very proud of this guy, man. Very proud of this guy. Somebody said, check New Orleans. Yo, y'all always trying to, get some beef, man. Like, what's up with y'all? Check New Orleans. Is he going to New Orleans? No, he's not going to New Orleans, is he? Go to Virginia Beach, Camden, Baltimore, Brooklyn, Mansfield, MA, Massachusetts, Newark, New Jersey, Chicago twice, Noblesville, Indiana, Clarksville, Mississippi, Cuyahoga Falls, Ohio, Maryland Heights, I believe, Missouri, Kansas City, Missouri, Houston, Texas. Oh, he is going to New Orleans. The Smoothie Center. You think he got a lot of fans in New Orleans? Maybe. Oh, shit. It looked like he's been sold out a bit. Oh, hell nah. That boy sold out. Nah, this nigga sold it out. Oh, it sold out, Chad. What the fuck? How much does this shit hold? Well, it's not like all the way sold out. You could probably buy like, standing room tickets. Smoothie King Center? Cup. Wait. No way. Oh, they love this nigga in New Orleans now. There's a few people selling tickets for back here. Verified resale. They're selling for $163. I didn't know they like this nigga in New Orleans that much. Somebody says New Orleans is OTF. Okay. All right. Yo, I've heard that like Louisiana and New Orleans has like a great crowd, but fuck. I know they fucking with Smirk like that. Also, you got to, again, I know I'm saying Smirk, but like, remember, Kodak's on the bill. Kodak, who's looked up to, obviously, Cash Money. He's looked up to Wayne, Birdman a lot. Shit, I would imagine maybe New Orleans got some love for Yak too. Okay. All right. I see it. Where else is he performing? Are you performing in Canada? Does Canada fuck with Smirk? Oh, this is like a different stage. Yeah, Canada, y'all gotta come through for Smirk, man. These tickets don't look like they ticketed. Yo, Canada, what's cracking, Canada? Nah, he gotta bring Pressa out or something. He gotta bring Pressa, Smiley. Who else he gotta bring out from You gotta bring out YG35. Now he just gotta bring out some of the real Canadian Mandamil. Like, he'd be good. That's in Toronto too. Like, Toronto show a lot of love to people, man. Then he might have to bring some of the GGs out. Like, whoever them niggas who was trying to terrorize DJ Drama, man, bring them niggas out on stage. Them niggas just need some stage time. Flex their jewelry. You know what I mean? Let them scream free top 5 a couple times. You know what I mean? Yo, just bring out the mollies, man. Like, yo, let everybody live, man. Yo, you gotta show love to Canada. I'm telling you. You show love to Canada, it's all good things, bro. Oh, somebody said, Preston that might not get along with. Okay, all right, bet. All right, bet. My bad, nigga. The fuck? They say, Preston that might not get along with Kodak. I don't know why y'all say that, but okay, I got y'all. I got y'all. Somebody said, click on Virginia Beach. Yo, Virginia Beach be like buying tickets? Virginia Beach ain't buying no fucking tickets, nigga. Let me see what's cracking out in Virginia Beach. Yo, give me some other people's tour. Oh, shit. Nah, this shit look like it's... Oh, this shit sold out. Nigga, he sold out Virginia. Wait, let me look at... Is Veterans United Homes Amphitheater? Like, how much does that place hold? Veterans Home Amphitheater capacity. Hold on. $20,000? Nah, hell nah. I ain't no 20,000. Let me see how it look. Damn. Nah, Smirk going crazy. Somebody said, how that Beyonce tour looking? Is Beyonce still touring? Beyonce. Let's look at Beyonce's tour. She have any more dates coming? Oh, she performing tonight in Louisville, Kentucky. Damn. She performing at a stadium. Let's see how much the stadium holds. Let's see. Capacity. 65 fucking thousand. Holy shit. That's what's getting people broke. Beyonce tour and Taylor Swift tour. Everybody's broke over that shit. All right. Let's see if we can find a ticket for tonight's show for Beyonce. Ah, no, there's a few left. There's a few left. Not that many, though. Yeah, they sold this bitch out. Remember, this is 64,000. Like, what's probably left is probably like 800 tickets. Damn. Beyonce's fucking winning, man. Let's see Soldier Field. This is the first show of Soldier Field. Yeah, all these bitches sold out, bro. You could tell. Yeah. Man, the fucking Beehive is just getting it. I want to see the next time Beyonce go on tour. Not Beyonce, I mean Nicki Minaj. Let's see how that shit is going. Okay. Anyway, real quick, somebody said talk about Boosie. What happened with Boosie? All right, now we'll talk about Boosie real quick. After this, I do gotta run. I know. I'm gonna pop back on tonight because I only did 4 hours today. The fuck is this? Congrats to Lindsay Lohan and who? Okay. Let me see. What the fuck? I know it's my goat, but let me move on. I mean, that's my goat, but goddamn, bro. They said Adam22 posted a video. Let me see what our boy talking about.
Guess we're doing this today. Hey, Jason Love. I guess we're doing this today. Hey, Jason Love. I trusted you to pork my wife. And it seems like that clout is getting to your head because you're talking real spicy and I ain't really feeling it. Number one, the angle of the dangle is more important.
Wait, they put King Von over this?
You're talking real spicy and I ain't really feeling it. Number one, the angle of the dangle is more important than the cubic of the pubic. That's number one. Number two, my D game, when I'm serving it, man, it's just like your mom's home cooking because there's a special ingredient. It's called love. You ever heard of it? Number three, don't make me expose you. And you know what I'm talking about. It could get real messy out here. Number four, you don't want problems moving around in these LA streets because I can make that happen. I'm very well connected. And number five, you are officially blacklisted from smashing my wife again. Show some respect.
Now, this is a joke. It's clearly a joke. You know, I think he's using the comedy. People want to see him outraged. Finally, he's going in the outrage arc. Oh, I don't like how he's talking about my wife. It's all great promo. Kudos to Adam for this. For like, he's being a good sport. I kid you not. I still wonder what he feels about people just kind of like referring to his wife like just like something that just get a turn off. Like everybody's like, yo, let me get a turn, let me get to fuck, let me just ride, let me ride the ride. It's like a ride at Six Flags. Like I'm wondering if that bothers him a bit because he finally mentioned the word that matters, love. When you love someone, you don't even want to think about people. I always tell people, I'm like, yo, what sobers you up from the way you care about or you love someone is seeing how much and how comfortable they are with someone else not loving them. Right? Like I always say, like one man's wife is another man's smut. And when you look at it and you see another man treating your wife, your prized, let's not say possession, but your prized, partner as somebody, as nothing but another pussy or just an inanimate object, and she's gladly and okay with it, it makes you reconsider why you value it so much. You know what I mean? And I'm wondering what he fully thinks about that. I don't think he'll ever give us the answer. Why? Because of this video precisely. He realizes now that he's already committed to getting this money. And with him being committed to get this money, he has to play along with it. The damage has already been done. Her guts has already been rearranged. This nigga nutted in her. She licked out the cum. It's not no CGI. It's real. So what are you going to do? Are you going to now just be express buyer's remorse? Or you're going to say, fuck it, I'm about to take advantage of this and I'm going to go 20 times harder with giving y'all something to talk about and make this last as long as it can. So I think that's what he's doing. This don't even sound like a natural Adam like rant or whatever. And even some of the words he used was, if you ask me, only to trigger people who still can't fathom that he allowed his wife to get fucked, if you ask me. Somebody say he nutted in her. Yes, the black dude nutted in Lena. She wiped it out of her pussy hole and she licked on her fingers with the nut on it like it was a fucking popsicle. Yes, it all happened, okay? It all happened. All happened. Alrighty then. Damn, Drake, what the fuck? Drake ain't posted some. Yo, sometimes I'll be thinking that Drake phone is hacked. Is Drake phone hacked, my nigga? Like, where did they get this picture from? I don't know, man. Yo, Drake, man, tighten up, gang. Like, brother. Yo, Drake, think about your legacy, man. That's the only thing I'm going to keep saying. Like, by the way, I don't think this is inherently sus or moist or whatever, but there's a narrative starting to form that you're compromising your character and compromising things that you would do just to maybe appeal to other people who maybe you haven't appealed to before. And you were one of the few people who I could proudly brag to be like, yeah, my GOAT don't do that. Like my favorite rapper don't do that. My favorite rapper isn't down to sell his soul for some sales. He's not down to be desperate just because the sales ain't selling. And by the way, you're still one of the greatest selling artists of our time and generation. But this is why I said it when I saw the fingernail shit. I don't feel like it's if it was about any of those things, it would be having to do with anybody in hip hop. I think you're looking at the Taylor Swifts, the Bad Bunnies, and all of them end up being like these neutral embodiments of whatever people want to put onto them rather than having an image himself. If people want to look at Bad Bunny as gay, fine, he's gay. If you want to look at him as bi, he's bi. Whatever makes you feel good about Bad Bunny, that's what he is. Okay? He's not clear cut, no hard opinion about what he feels is right or what is wrong. He goes where the money is, right? And if the money is about people seeing a little bit of them in him, he's gonna do it. And I'm watching Drake right now, and I seen the nail polish. I fear that might be happening to Drake, but because I never thought it would ever happen to Drake. And watching some of these things come out, I'm like, damn, man. By the way, again, this is just him getting like a little face mask thing, but Drake is smart. He knows the intended conversations that this will drum up and whatever the case is. He knows what he's doing with these, trying to make this lips or whatever, the duck. I don't know what the fuck this is. So again, I hope we understand what the goal of all this was. And I'm gonna just move on, bro. I don't know what the fuck this nigga doing, bro. I can't defend fuck shit. What the hell?
Get off this. Is that if my next child comes out African American, I'm gonna love him or her and raise them like my own, because that's how woke I am, brother.
It do hit different when your child finna come out black.
Hey, it's a roll of the dice. We don't know how it's gonna go.
Have a big ass nose and hit different.
Hey, it hit different. Hey,
do hit different when a nigga fuck your wife. It hit different. God damn. Alrighty then. Okay. Trauma fucking ties. People. Who that is? King Buck, what's cracking with your boy? What you say? Oh shit, I missed it. Yo, chat, I'm finna get off here for a bit, man. Catch me on the late night tip tonight. I'm probably gonna be bored, so I'll come back on here and fuck with y'all. Hopefully y'all could entertain me. I entertained y'all enough today. Y'all gotta entertain me tonight. So have some videos I could watch and react to, and just kind of cool out. By the way, somebody says, oh, we should talk about Gunna real quick. I realize y'all have been wanting me to do, and I think because I haven't done it, y'all think I'm just hating on Gunna. So let me do it now, right? Let me do it now, because I'm not hating on Gunna at all. I gave an opinion about where I see the trajectory of his career is based on the fact that I don't believe that a particular part of the culture is rocking with him at this point. Doesn't mean that I think the guy's a failure. Now, let me just say this. Gunna, Fuck You Mean, is now holding the #1 spot on the U.S. Spotify and the U.S. Apple Music charts. Also, there was some more stats that kind of came out that pretty much shows that, right now Gunna is performing and doing really well. Yeah, you can see the song is on today's Billboard charts that came out. It's #7. It's above All My Life. Damn, Dirk is still top 10? Oh, wow. Okay, I'll give him credit for that. But I just want to say, sincerely, congratulations to Gunna, because in all actuality, if he didn't hit with this music, bro, he was going to be in for a hard time. And he has some songs that connected. He has this one song that is pretty much the biggest of his career without really, it's not getting the support in certain places as it could have, but it's getting support from DSPs. I just want to say congratulations to Gunna. And what people misunderstand about my analysis of Gunna is that I wish this will all continue. Anytime I give an opinion is what I'm forecasting. Now, if you make songs like this, it's hard to deny. So, congratulations to Gunna. I see that he announced 2 shows. One of them I actually want to go to. He announced that he's doing a show at the YouTube Theater in LA, and he's doing a show at the Barclays in New York. The Barclays is obviously a concert venue where the Nets play. It's about 17,000 people it could hold. Usually with a concert, it's about like 14,000 at max. Sometimes between 12 to 14. We'll get it sold out. I think Gunna is going to sell out both concerts. I think Gunna is doing everything right. As much as people are like, when is he going to do an interview? I don't think Gunna should do an interview. I think he should ride the wave of these songs out. Shouldn't put out any new music for right now. Keep the success going, and don't do a tour. Do 2 shows. These shows are going to be fucking successful as hell. He has some time to promote it. You bang this out, you get to help the narrative and shape the narratives that, fuck what, let's not even say the streets. Fuck who ain't rocking with you. You get what I mean? Also, this industry is a monkey see, monkey do industry. I think he'll be fine. So I have to be honest with you. I want to give Gunna a lot of credit for playing the cards that he was dealt right. He's playing it right. 2 shows, These shows are going to be well covered. You're going to see so many video footage, and you're going to see, I guarantee some of these rappers about it, like, from what I'm hearing, some of these guys are starting to fucking change their mind because they expected Gunna not to be popping. So Gunna is still popping as of right now, and some of them, they're kind of like, maybe I should fuck with him. Maybe I shouldn't act like he don't exist. Cool. He's going to do 2 successful concerts, smash it, and it's going to continue. I still think ultimately Young Thug is going to play a huge part in this equation. Will Young Thug mention him again? And by the way, I don't know if that's going to matter that much because again, I just got to give him the credit for however he rolled his shit out. Young Thug, the nigga locked up, and people were thrashing Young Thug for even dropping a project. You get what I mean? So clearly, Gunna has gotten a lot of either sympathy or people to rock with him, call it the music or not, but it's working. So if he keeps doing what he's doing, I think he'll be straight. And as long as like Young Thug doesn't get free and just tells the whole world like, yo, this nigga's a fuck nigga, and yo, blah 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 blah, keep speaking, I think Gunna is gonna be okay. I still don't think that he's gonna continue to grow. I think he's gonna kind of level out around. I think I previously said around 60,000 if he sells again, but doesn't matter if the nigga could sell out a show. So, congratulations to him. All right. Karina was like, Act, no way you're tweaking over skincare. At this point, you're being weird, Act, a fragile male. No, it's not about skincare. I didn't say the picture was gay at all. Here's the thing. Drake and all these people know the intended conversation they want us to have. They're putting this out to kind of have that conversation. Like, if it's not about the skincare. Oh, my man Meezy, hold up. I've been playing tag with Meezy the whole time. Yo! Drake concert confirmed. Yes. 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 Yo, shout out to 21 Savage, man. Savage already told me, he was like, yo, Ak, you know I got you any tickets you need. But I guess he didn't even tell his manager yet. His manager was just calling me. And it was like, Ak, I was just trying to invite you to the show just cause, we fuck with you heavy. I was like, oh, I'll talk to Savage. It was like, oh shit, I didn't even know you talked to Savage. Like, I was just gonna invite you just because of me. But if Savage also wants you here, like, nigga, you get whatever. So I told him, I'm like, put me on the guest list for every night. Shout out to Savage, man. Yo, y'all remind me, when Savage album come out, I gotta give him wild promotion. I'm gonna be, like, the amount of promo I'm giving Savage, like, y'all should already know. The nigga held me down. That's my guy. That's gang, bro. Okay? So, I'm on that bitch for every night. I think I'm on the list for tonight. I'm not even going tonight. What's the problem, man? Oh, and I'm about to get Meezy on the podcast this week. Yes, that's what I was trying to talk to him about. I said, yo, Meezy, we just read your tweet on stream type shit, nigga. Get on the pod. Let's fucking talk about it, and let's really see what's really good. It's good. All right, good. All right, what was I saying? No, I was giving my boy Gunna some props, man. Like, I think honestly, Gunna is handling this shit at the moment the best you could do. If he says anything, I think he gonna get baked. If he interviews, he's gonna get baked because niggas gonna be like, yo, bro, okay, we supported the music, now you're trying to explain it away. Like, sometimes musical explanation is the best explanation. But if you need to speak about some shit, you got to be able to speak definitively, and I don't think he can speak definitively about some of the stuff right now, especially with Thug still in limbo. So I think it's good that he don't do no interviews. And also, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think Gunna is holding out hope that maybe Thug forgives him, and he's not on some, oh, forgive me for snitching. He's looking at it like, bro, I ain't no snitch. I ain't coming this shit to come turn my back on you. Bro, they came to all of us with the same type of deal. Basically, my lawyer said I don't got to testify, so I'm not thinking I'm snitching. I signed the deal. Like, nigga, I wasn't trying to snitch on you or nothing like that. I don't know. I think he's still holding out hope. From what I've heard from people believe that there might be a world where, again, Thug might shock us all and change his current opinion, because trust me, his current opinion is fuck Gunna. Like, that's a fact. His current opinion is fuck Gunna. But he might change that opinion and be like, yo, nah, it's my brother. Like, yo, whatever. Like, yo, he did what he had to do. Like, they might not be like best buddies, but like he says whatever that publicly we need to hear, that we're cool. Like I'm not a street nigga, but the niggas in the streets is cool with Gunna to be like, oh, okay, like Slime say you straight. You know what I mean? I don't know. All right, people. Let me get off of this bitch. I am going to. Maybe I should go to Drake concert tonight, man. I might have to go to the concert tonight, man. I ain't gonna hold you, man. Fuck all of that. Would I interview Gunna? Of course I would interview Gunna. You know what I mean? It's just that, like, with my angle, I know some of y'all think I don't like him. It's like, bro, I'm gonna ask him about, like, I would ask him, like, yo, Gunna, like, you came off on this side of things, and now things are looking like this side of things. Like, what's up? We will need some answers. I don't know if he wants those type of prime type of interview questions at this moment. And I don't think interview without answering those questions mean anything. That's why I say he's good that he doesn't do an interview right now until there's some more clarity with Gunna's case. All right. Somebody said, Ak, we know you're gonna go. Man. My nigga said the magic word. He said, we in town all week. I said, all week? I said, I never looked at the schedule. add me to all the shows. Ha. Says, don't worry, you're added. Only thing they told me, they're like, yo, it's Ak, I know you Hollywood, so you gonna want to pop out with like 8-10 people. It's like, we can't do that every night, nigga. We could do that like maybe one time. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna pick the night I do that one, but just put my name on the list every time. Anyway, okay, cool. Last thing I want to play, let's play this new 6ix9ine snippet, man. 6ix9ine's come back to the rap world. He's done smashing Annual's Baby Mama, and this is what he coming with.
Oh, you on red? I got this Nike on my heavy spinning bed. You got hit up, nigga, don't think that he's red. I hit your black and up the blicky out the bed. Oh yeah. Hit him at the bed. Hit him at the bed. Hit him at the bed. Oh, you said that you the big shot up, the gun data. Boom, boom, shaka like I mean the big trouble. Damn, give a blow, nigga, clap, uncle, rock. All that stupid nigga heard was rah, rah, rah. Get the job, get the block, get the chop, make it pop. If you see the cops, nigga, don't make it hot. Red dot, green dot, put it on the nigga top. Red like green light, we always on go, nigga. Game with a pole, nigga, even a parole, nigga. Shorty something low, they will show up at the door, nigga. Bad bitch, suck me up, suck a nigga soul, nigga. How she just tell me she a bitch when I just hit her.
Fire! I like it. Now, if you didn't know how this song got created, salute to my boy Trife Drew. He actually has a TikTok, and on his TikTok, he actually showed how he made the song. That's not Tory Lanez on the hook. So listen to this.
This is a song that I did for Tory Lanez and for 6ix9ine, but Tory Lanez went to jail and 6ix9ine snitched, so.
Are you sad, son? Are you on red room? Hit him out the fan on. Oh, you said that you the big shotter, the dog daughter. Oh, you sad, son? Oh, you on red room? I got this Nike on my heavy spinning bed. Oh, you got hit up, nigga, don't think that it's random. I hate your blackout, got the blicky out the fan. Oh yeah. Hit him out the fan. 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 Oh, you said that you the big shotter, the dog daughter. Boom, boom, chaka like I meet this big chopper. Round of applause, make it clap, waka waka. All that nigga heard was rah, rah, rah. Get the drop in the block, get the chop, make it pop. If you see the cops, nigga, don't make it hot. Red dot, green dot, put it on the nigga top. Red light, green light, we always on go, nigga.
Alright, so basically this is a song that I did for Tory.
Okay, now I do want to let y'all know. So this is Trife Drew. This is a frequent collaborator with 6ix9ine. Now, truth be told, I watch him, 6ix9ine, and another guy. What's this guy's name? Justin. They in a little trio. They created Tati. I don't know if you like these bitches think I'm stupid, but I ain't stupid. Whatever. Was it Tati? No. It was it Billy? I can't remember which one. It was. But this is how they've created most of their music. I think 6ix9ine has been very open with the fact that his friends, which he grew up. This is the guy he grew up with, actually, right? Like that blood shit and all them hieroglyphic niggas he never grew up with. He grew up with this guy. This guy helped him with the music. They kind of like just all collaborated. And, you know, if you want to call him a writer, whatever it is, sure, cool. I give credit to 6ix9ine a lot for that because he doesn't try to take all the credit from the music creation process. He even looks at it like, yo, in reality, he's just like a fucking great marketer. But this guy's great with hooks and melodies and all type of shit. Like, this guy's pretty good. Anyway, I heard this song a long time ago. By the way, Trife, you don't got a cab. I'll tell the truth. I heard this song a long time ago. You know, this was an idea by him, obviously. What happens is 6ix9ine will hear like a part and then he'll tweak his verse and do his shit. And the other part was meant for Tory Lanez. Like, for whatever reason, it didn't happen. But again, nobody writes for Tory, by the way. But this was an idea that Tory could have worked off a hook with. Tory didn't do the song for whatever reason. I don't know why Tory didn't do the song. Or maybe because he got locked. I don't know. Whatever the fuck, right? But I remember hearing it. I think I got that song on my computer, to be honest, right? I remember hearing it. I'm like, oh, shit, this fire. Tory, this could be the next Rondo, right? Tory got to get on it. Tory never got on it. And I guess 6ix9ine want to put it out now. And he's just like, yo, fuck it. I'm going to just leave my day one collaborator on it. It's like Drake just leaving Party Next Door on a song where Party Next Door wrote for Rihanna. Like, you know, Party wrote work for Rihanna, and he just like left party on the Rihanna part, right? That's pretty much it's what seems to be happening. I don't know if Tory would have ever cut it. By the way, also, even if Tory was gonna adopt this, just to let people know, because I know these people take their arts very seriously. Tory is a writer for himself and many others, and a hook doesn't define any particular artist, right? So the part that was supposed to be Tory's part that he was saying was the hook. So, are you a man? That was supposed to be, that's if Tory wanted to take that melody and cadence and do his thing on that. Tory never did it, though, okay? I think it sounds good.
Tory Lanez and
I think it sounds good, though. Are you ready?
Oh, you on red? I got this Nike on my ABC in bed. You got hit up, nigga, don't think that he's dead. I hit your back and dump the biggie out the face. Hit him at the face. Hit him at the face. Oh, you said that you the big shot up, the gun data. Boom, boom, shaka like I mean this big chopper. Down, give a bro, nigga, clap, walk, all that stupid nigga heard was rah, rah, rah. Get the job, get the block, get the chop, get the pop. If you see the cops, nigga, don't make it hot. Red dot, green dot, put it on nigga top, red like green.
You know what's so funny? I found the song. It's right here. Is it? Is it? Yeah. Okay, I don't play no more. Yeah, I do have this song. Wait, the Annual song got to be over here then. What's the Annual song? What song was Annual supposed to be on? Okay. No. Was it Yaya? Whatever, who cares? All right, anyway, salute to 6ix9ine, man. Let me tell you this. You know what I realized about 6ix9ine? The best thing that happened to this motherfucker is that he been tricking like a motherfucker on these bitches. And 6ix9ine has probably spent about $2.5 million on bitches and starlets and Annual's like baby mama. And I know, I'm not celebrating tricking, but he's spending money, and let me tell you what happens. When you get these lazy entertainers who never want to make music, when they start having to spend money, they start realizing they got to make money, okay? So 6ix9ine is putting out more music ever than before. You know, he had a part of his deal that he had to drop a Spanish album. He already dropped the Spanish album. He's back to doing English music. He's dropping music more frequently. He's doing a lot of things. And also, well, he's still in drama, at least in Spanish world, but he's keeping out the drama in the English world. So again, I'm glad that he's motivated to make music, even if that motivation came at the expense of spending millions of dollars on bitches. You get what I mean? You can spend millions as long as you make millions. You know how you gonna make millions? Put that music out, okay? All right, people. All right. Anyway, chat. Getting off here. I love y'all. I will either be at the Drake show tonight or I'll be back on stream tonight. You guys will know shortly. All right. Love you guys. Make sure you guys cop the tickets, please. You got to go cop the tickets. Look in the chat. Please buy a ticket to the show that we're throwing in September in Jersey City. It's about 10 minutes away from Times Square. I would love to see you guys. This is our first opportunity to like make a good impression on everybody and really do an amazing show. So please go cop those tickets. Please, 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 please. That's my only request. Do nothing but that. Okay. All right. Other than that, I'll catch y'all later. Love y'all. Either later tonight or tomorrow. Okay. See y'all. Also, I should have read subs. I read subs tomorrow. Remind me to read subs or donations tomorrow.